Good day and good evening, everyone, and welcome to Smol Caetsu Sidequest, where tonight we are doing YoRHa, the Dark Apocalypse, the Nier Raid series, and we're doing it from start to finish. Hopefully we will get people in the queue. Worst case, I guess we'll have to see how many people we can bring and then maybe try and do it unsynced. If we do end up doing it unsynced, we will probably have to use Dragoon for that, because that's the only job Smol Caetsu has at 640. That might be pretty good. Yeah, I hope you're all having a wonderful time. Hello Yisu, a Ajibuster, a Rust, a Merfolk, a Gazel, a Ymir, a Mihuels, and hey Lassie. Hope you're all doing very well. It's true, for the first raid, we would need at least 3 warriors, or, 3 decent tanks, preferably at max level. And then we basically just need to meet a DPS check. If we can do that, then we should be able to beat it. For the second one, I don't... well, the monitor boss might be pretty rough when we don't have enough people to deal with the soak mechanic. And for the final one, I wonder what happens in that intermission where you get soaked into like the hacking thing or whatever it is. If you're like not enough people. Maybe it'll be really hard to meet the potential DPS check. Or potential throw things at the enemy check. What? Eh? Nope. Gear? Weird. Never mind. This can be here, it's fine. This one then. Hey Bob, hope you're doing well. And a Malice, I hope your speed run is going well. Don't think... why do I have 25 of them? What? Don't think any of these are really worth anything. The only job that would really care is Blue Mage. And they typically use not gear that can get overmelded anyway, so... you know. Let's see, it was in Tomra. And also I said this early on Discord. Some people requested that Smol Caetsu wears the 2B outfit. I will need on the covers. Like, there's 3 covers per run of the first of the Alliance raids. I will need on them. If I get one, then I'll use it. But if I don't get one, then I'm not doing it again to, like, try and get it. Like, if I don't get it, then I don't get it. That is an interesting name. Who's this? Forced to change name. Is it someone in the stream? Are they just here by accident? Anyway, I do believe it is this quest. You heard the latest rumor out of Caemmunity? The strangest find in recent memory. No actual details as to what said find actually is what is he saying? Though actual details as to what said find actually is. Okay. You heard the latest rumor out of Caemmunity? The strangest find in recent memory, though actual details as to what said find actually is have yet to emerge. If you do happen to come into any juicy tidbits, I'd be keen to hear them. The suspense is killing me here. Stickside Watch, the lesser known alternative to Overwatch. Yeah, so as I said earlier on Discord, for those that were curious, you can start the first quest, the Word About Caemmunity quest, if you have, basically, you have unlocked Caemmunity. But the quest that follows, like, immediately after, you have to have completed the Shadowbringers quest to get that one, according to the notes that I could find. So we might have some people that run face first into a roadblock here. It's really strange that it is paced like that. I was actually pretty confident that there was like a different pre-quest. I can neither confirm nor deny the existence of a new discovery of untold value that only a select few are allowed to see for themselves. What on earth is happening here? That said, there may come a time when I find myself utterly fascinated by that pile of rocks over there and would be completely oblivious to anyone attempting to sneak past. You're a woman of the world, aren't you? Don't make me say it plain. Wicked White! How bloody stupid are you? You, the imbecile, give me the guard, 10,000 gil. Then you, the imbecile, get. Oh. Okay, let me just try that again. I needed to figure out what they were trying to say. You, the imbecile, give me, the guard, 10,000 gil. Then you, the imbecile, get to walk past me, the guard, and see the amazing find. Got it? About time you started playing by the rules. Lally, what in the blazing hells do you think you're doing, Banho? Is that... Is that any way for a guard to behave? Is it? No, sir, Chief, sir. No rations for you tonight. Chief, no, mercy, mercy. It's not fair, I tell you. A dwarf toils day in and day out for a pittance, only to try and make a little something extra on the side. And what does it get him? Right, well, anyway, bugger off. None may pass without the chief's permission, which I know you haven't got. You say, man? I believe the thing that happened there. Let me just read it again. Lally, what in the blazing hells do you think you're doing, man? Ho. So it's Lally Ho, but they just decided to put all that in there. That makes sense. Wait, don't tell me. I assume you came all this way to put in for the position? Sorry, but it's already been filled. You know what they say about assumptions. Eh? Don't go playing silly buggers with me. The queer ruins we found deep in a cavern through a tunnel. The queer ruins we found deep in a cavern through a tunnel over there. The one filled with all kinds of machina? To the point we've started calling it a bloody machina graveyard. Why is everything bloody? Yes, well, we were looking to hire on another guard, but the position's since been filled by that fellow what tried to swindle you a moment ago. So, you're out of luck, I'm afraid, but chin up, lass. Your time will come round again soon enough. Since you're here and still unemployed, mind delivering a message for me? It's for two younglings in Comra, Anok and Konok, sister and brother, twins, fond of wearing white and black. Twin thing, I suppose. The message is as follows. Lally bleedin' ho. Why bleedin'? This is no place for children to be messing about. Stay far, far, far away, or else. Got it? They're so... Why? What is it with certain storylines and everything just being bleeding and bloody? I do agree, Imya. It should be oily. That would have worked better. Why do I hear boss music? I don't know which one of them is the brother and which one is the sister, so we'll just have to go with it. You got business with us? The chief put you up to this. And you agreed? Haven't you got anything better to do with your time? Wait, those garments, that quiet confidence, those powerful neck muscles sculpted by a lifetime of nodding. This is that sinner everyone's been talking about, sister. She's the guileless fool we've been waiting for. The perfect patsy. Patsy? Also, hey, Lemon. Hope you're doing well. Good thinking, brother. Let's get right to it, then. You wouldn't happen to be that kindly stranger everyone likes and adores? You are, aren't you? Perhaps you would be willing to do us a teensy little favor. Of course you would. My brother and I are conducting some highly secret research at the moment, but we've hit a dead end. To continue, we need to get our hands on an automaton core. So I'm to be your patsy? Oh, don't be silly. Everyone knows you're the soul of generosity, a sinner who cannot help but render aid to a fellow sinner in their hour of need, not for fame or fortune or any other reward, but simply for the joy of it. Am I wrong? Yeah, exactly, Agibuster. I won't be a patsy, I'll be a kitesy. That'll work. This is another one of those moments where it really doesn't matter what I have to say, isn't it? I just want to repeat that. This is another one of those moments where it really doesn't matter what I have to say, isn't it? Now you're on the trolley. The core we require is being stored with other sundry materials on the cliffs above us. Once you have it, bring it to my sister. Look, it's Yisu. On an axolotl. Oh, there it is. I found a core. I found a core. Yoink, no one will miss this. It is surprising how often they use bloody in some of these side quest lines. I can't even remember how many times we said it in the Alexander Raid series. Ah, there's the sinner now. And is that the core spy in her hot little hands? Don't talk about my hands like that. For use with any number of mining automata, and to further the grand secret designs of two young dwarfs. Brilliant! All we've got to do is sell this for a small fortune, and then we'll be one step closer to seeing our plans for world domination to fruition. What? Oi, Anna! Nay on the domination! Nay on the domination! Nay on the domination, oh. Oh, right. That was a close one, brother. Now then, for our next request. Lally, what in the hells are you two up to, ho? If you're even thinking of taking advantage of this good sinner, I'll tan both your hides and toss you from the top of White Oil Falls. Now get you gone. Sir, yes, sir. Sorry about that. They don't know any better, on account of them being all on their own. No parents. They've lost more than most, you could say. More than anyone ever should. Anyway, I've been meaning to ask. Everyone says you're the soul of generosity. A sinner who cannot help but render aid to a fellow sinner in their hour of need. Not for favor, fortune, or any other reward, but simply for the joy of it. Am I wrong? I'd swear you just repeated nearly word for word what those two... Never mind. We're short a lantern at the dig site. Should be another in the cave just outside of the village. Mind going and fetching it for me? Course you don't. Once you've got it, bring it to me at the dig. Oh, don't worry, I'll see you compensate for the trouble. Do I not have Lally-Ho? Do I not have Lally-Ho? I don't, apparently. Oh. That's unfortunate. Why do I not have that? Guess I haven't done the quest. Hey Fatman, hey Dominic, and hey Tristan. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, exactly, Fatman. That's why we have a little bit of a plan that if the queue time is too long, we will just have to go unsynced. Like worst case, we go unsynced. And back we go. Buster said, I like how YouTube just stops if I tap out. If it's on your phone, then I believe it's apparently a premium feature to be able to play something while you're doing something else for some reason. It shouldn't do that on your PC though, I'm pretty sure. That is a little bit strange. I don't know if you have some setting that prevents autoplay or something. There you are. I presume that lantern you're holding's for yours truly. Like any other lantern, but for use in mines, hence the distinction. Though it invites the question of whether or not any lantern used in a mine would then automatically be designated a mining lantern by virtue of its location at said point in time. Real comedian made these quests, huh? Much obliged. Here, a little something for your trouble. Never let it be said a dwarf of character doesn't pay his debts. Anyway, if we have nothing else to discuss, just let us pass. Just let us pass already. We want to see the ruins. Please, 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 please. No, 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 no. It's dangerous and off limits, and even if I were the sort of man who could be bribed, which I'm not, I'd be shocked if you two had anything valuable enough for me to risk my neck looking the other way. Why are you and everyone else so bloody obsessed with trying to get a look at the cavern filled with mysterious machina anyway? It's just a bloody scrap heap, isn't it? It's an oily scrap heap. No, no, it's so much more. Based on our research, we have reason to believe that those ruins contain... Hush, sister. How many times must you nearly give the game away? It's supposed to be our secret. Oh, yes, right. It's just so hard sometimes to contain my enthusiasm. Nothing. These ruins contain nothing of value whatsoever. We shall leave you to your affairs, honorable guard, sir, and bid thee farewell. Honestly, I'm beginning to hope that there really is nothing of value in there for all the trouble it's causing. But as I was about to say, if we've got nothing else to discuss, then you'd best be on your way. It's dangerous to wander about an active dig, and I don't want anyone getting hurt. After all that... And nope, on an Android phone, you shouldn't be able to watch, like you have to actually have the app open to be able to keep watching something on your phone, if you don't have premium. Poked around Caemmunity, did you? Learn anything about that big find? Not really. A machine graveyard, eh? Interesting. Interesting. This could be the beginning of a great and grand adventure. Or an utterly nonsensical one. Oh, that does have its appeal on occasion. I'll allow. Oh, man. Money! That's also a possibility, Ajibuster. It might be fine if you reduce the video quality. That sometimes helps. Hail, sinner! Have you heard about the string of thefts in Caemmunity? Word has it that they haven't the foggiest who's behind them. Not a clue. They've gotten desperate to find the culprit. I'm told, pointing fingers at any who so much as sneeze in a suspicious fashion. Why, the next thing you know, they'll be blaming their old rivals in Caemmunity. Wicked White! They would do that, wouldn't they? Damn those these guys say it as it is, huh? Damn those thin-bearded blighters. Listen, sinner, you go and tell them that if they try to pin this on us, there'll be consequences. The Laliho quest is nearby, absolutely. It's just we're doing this now. I believe we actually started on the Laliho quest because it gave one of the ether currents. We just didn't finish it because we were specifically in the business of getting ether current. Save the Laliho quest for during queue. We might do that. Would you trust more on the driver's seat? Kai or Kai? Which Kai would you trust more? There's 3 of them. There's me, Smol Kai, and Small Dragon Kai. In the driver's seat of a space whale boss. Yes, Lali bleeding her. Oh, it's you. My apologies, sinner. Been under a bit of stress lately and don't really have time to chat. Although... Can the Watcher drive instead? I've got it! Perhaps you can help. I know you welcome these sorts of requests for aid, after all. Things have been going missing, you see. At first it was just the odd tool here and there, but then the thief began making off with finds from the dig. Valuable finds. If you've got the time, I could use some help in identifying the culprit. Oh, it wouldn't be Anok and Konok, would it? I don't like to think of it, but it's likely that the thief is one of our own. Hard to access the site otherwise, and I've investigated most of the unfamiliar faces in town to no avail. I can't very well ask you to stroll up to the folks with our lally-ho. Done any crimes lately? But do have a look around. Perhaps you can find a clue that I've overlooked. I'll take anything at this point, frankly. It's a bracelet. We found a bracelet. Hey, Gleaming. Hope you're doing well. Hi-ho! Done any crimes lately? What you been up to? Doing crime? You don't look to have our criminals stuffed in your pack there, but I take it you found some manner of clue. Look! It's either raid loot or bought with tomestones. A polished, gem-encrusted accessory that appears rather valuable. Does it have crit on it? Hold on, I think I've seen this before. It belongs to a young lady in the village, if I'm not mistaken, though I couldn't say how she came by such a valuable trinket. Seeing as regular folk can hardly fail to notice when something jewel-encrusted goes missing, she'll like as not be wondering where it's gone right about now. You'll probably find her in a panic. All the better for getting her to spill her secrets. What? Perfect! She'll be panicking! There's haste on it. I mean, what's the point of the fancy bracelet if it doesn't have crit on it? Thrice damn beardless son of a shite-eating hob. What? Excuse me. Where? Oh, where could my bloody bracelet have gone? It's not bloody, it's gem-encrusted. I could make it bloody. You found it, and you're returning it too. Well, bugger my beard. Thank you ever so much. It was a gift, and I'd hate to have lost it. A gift from who, you ask? You probably don't know him. He's a guard over at the dig site. I had no idea that sort of job pays so well, but it must. When we met, he was a right bastard where money was concerned. I could hardly get him to pay for my ale, but of late he's been downright generous. In a much better mood, too. Oh, and so very affectionate. Yes. Maybe the encrusted gem's a bloodstone. Maybe. Would that make it bloody? Focus on the bracelet. If you insist. I don't know where he got it, though. We don't do a lot of talking. If you're that curious, you'll have to ask him. He keeps watch over the entrance day and night, so he's not a difficult man to find. The totally not bribable guard suddenly came into money. Is that what you're saying? Shocking, really, when you think about it. Absolutely shocking. Come on, let us in! Let us in! Come on, you know you want to. What? What I want is for you two to bugger off. I'm a watchman, not a stand here while everyone annoys the piss out of me, man. They really got a comedian on the line with this quest line, huh? Don't look now, Anok, but our very dear friend is here, and so very heavily armed too. I'm sure that she can help settle this little dispute. I'm not looking very armed to the teeth. Afalde, why are you here? As if costing me my dinner weren't enough. How did I afford a jewel-encrusted bracelet on a watchman's salary? That's none of your business. I don't think it's a concern. That's none of your concern. Oh well. I recall that you have something of a history with ill-gotten gains. Doubt my words all you like. I won't be intimidated by the likes of you. Oh yeah? Well, this quest I have tells me otherwise, you know. I'll doubt you real quick. This proves nothing. You hear me? Nothing! Runs away. That's totally not guilty. That's what you do when you're not guilty, right, everyone? Just nod. Well, I don't know what you were accusing him of, but I'm absolutely sure he's guilty of it. More importantly, he's made off with the key after him. Womp womp. Gleaming says, do you know if there's any special dialogue from any dwarves if you're a Lalafell? Like, you're literally indecent right now. Where's your beard? The first quest in the healer role quest line, what's their face, immediately points out that you don't have a beard on. We never did check if it mattered if you were in fact wearing a beard appropriately. But that particular quest did in fact acknowledge that you are a Lalafell. I don't know if any of the it's like the quest that starts with the Laliho quest line. I do believe that they point out that weird, you're a dwarf and you don't know how to greet someone. Whereas with any other race, I'm pretty sure they're just like, you don't know how to greet someone properly, which makes sense because you're not a dwarf. We've got you cornered! I don't think he's alone, sister. Oh dear, a hasty retreat does seem to be in order. Just so. That's right. Surprise triplets. What now, Boltling? What? Well, that was difficult. They almost had us. Hey, Silvermint. Hope you're doing well. Oh, right. Tristan says that the MSQ characters also do it. Very well, I confess. I did it. Or, we did it. We took turns keeping watch while the others picked over items on the dig site and sold off whatever seemed valuable. And we would have gotten away with it too, if it weren't for those meddling kids. Also you, however old you are. I just wanted to impress her. But there's no chance of that now. All I can do is grovel before the chief and hope that he doesn't punish me too harshly. You notice that something shiny and metallic has fallen to the ground. Hey Xylus, hope you're doing well. Picking up the glimmering object to see that it is the very key to the dig site that Anok and Konok were so keen to obtain. Well, it's my key now. Looks like a nice key. Would be a shame if I took it. Enjoy your work, Tristan. And Happy New Year to you as well, if I don't see you. And also true, Emir. As we all know, Smol Kai is basically a child. Except if the story for some reason requires her to be the grown-up. That's case closed then. It's a good job that you showed up. Who knows how long this fast would have continued otherwise. As for you, you won't be getting any dinner tonight, that's for certain. No, anything but the dinner! It's always the dinner. To think that I was employing 3 brothers in disguise this entire time. I doubt I'll be changing my vocation to detective anytime soon. By the by, haven't seen Anok and Konok, have you? Usually when they go this long without getting underfoot, it means they're up to something. I'd be grateful if you'd track them down again and send them my way. They're peskier than a pack of pixies, but even so, I'd rather keep them where I can see them. Gee, I wonder where they are. Hey, Rainiel, hope you're doing well. That's the watch taken care of, but we never did get that key. I have it. Here you go. That's probably fine. You mean to say that you picked it up and no one's even noticed it's missing? Splendid. I shall open the door and then you may escort us on our foray. After all, everyone knows that the only thing that brings you more joy than being of service to your fellow man is adventure. Indeed, your adventurous spirit calls you to whatever greater challenges, no matter how staggeringly ill-advised or outright suicidal. What? But the chief says we're not allowed. No, I couldn't possibly do it. Actually, it's funnier to just say rude but fair, I suppose. Isn't it just? Hurry along now. There are secrets to be found here, and we'll be the ones to bring them to light, and possibly to market, depending. Maybe we'll even give you a share of the spoils. A small one, mind? Now I'm confident there's money in this. Maybe. Angel says Rose speedrunning MSQ faster than the tower finds Estinian. Hey dog, hope you're doing well. I mean, we are chilling. You can see Smol Caetsu is chilling in a Christmas outfit. Locked, which bodes well for us finding something worth our time within, assuming we can get it open. Ah, behind this door is another door. The moment of truth, then. Could have warned us. A small bit of the share of money. Money that can be used to buy candy. Exactly, Cleaving. You've got it. Shoo. That was easy. I'll be swinging my arms, and if something happens to get in the way, that'll just be their fault. Intruders sighted. Eliminating with extreme prejudice. Can't you just eliminate without prejudice? Well done. What have you done? It's pretty good, Gleaming. You know, Agibuster, the real question is whether Smol Kai is a primal with all the crystals she consumes. Naviek, congratulations on the 08S solo. Nice. I can't see anything. Wicked white. Well, partly also wicked black hair, so, you know, the machine life forms. Machine life forms? What are you talking about? And why didn't you blow up? I am number 2P. Call me 2P. The rest can wait. Call me 2Pay. The machine life forms must be stopped. To do that, we must reach the heart of the ruins. Come. Anok, Konok, don't you dare! How bloody stupid are they? Listen, Sinner, I know we put you to plenty of trouble already, but I need you to stop them before they dig themselves any deeper. At this rate, someone's going to get hurt. Convenient that things started getting weird now that we're on the scene, huh? What pants? Yeah, exactly. That's the real problem. Smol Kai is standing there like, she's not wearing pants. Hey, Goddammit. Hope you're doing well. Another door. Who needs this many doors? Someone who isn't wearing pants, maybe? Sealed per defensive protocols, I believe. Interesting way to stand. Protocols, schmotocols. We've got something for this immovable object. 11, hope you're doing well. Unstoppable force. Well, we know how that works. More bombs? More bombs. Anyone surprised? Good call. You should probably walk further away. It's a Christmas wreath of bombs. And all right, bye. We did it! Wahahaha! How'd you like that? I'm sure you were told to keep us from getting into trouble or some such nonsense, right? I'm Smol Kai. who took care of those machines? But who took care of those machines? Us. Who got the door open? Us. Who's going to find out what's in there? Us. Hey, Equilacia. Hope you're doing well. And who knows, maybe Anok and Konok are actually two halves of Nashu's soul. Just in the first. We've reached the copied factory. So Malice, how close are you, by the way? Cat Damon says, I want to join. I think what we will have to do is that we'll have to make sure people are queuing together. Either that, or we'll have to like put together an unsynced party if it just won't pop. You can see we're already 8. So we'll have to like join as multiple parties. By the way, is Graham here someone from the stream? I'm pretty sure that you can't queue with a Party Finder Alliance, can you? I'm pretty sure you have to be 1 to 8 or a full 24, or is that wrong? It says here on the queue, it says 1 to 8 players. Hey Tashiro, thank you very much. I hope you'll enjoy watching. But we've been here before. A lot of summoners in that party, yeah, you know, actually. And also we're down to 7. Ymir had to go. Well, I don't know how long it'll take for Malice to do Amarot and Hades, and then also mash through whatever cutscenes there are, as I understand they are doing. Aradel is late for this one, Ymir. Kidnap small dragon guy. Imagine if I could be there twice. Yeah, that is true, Angel. We might have to just start with queuing. Is Graham here in the stream, by the way? Yeah, we can queue and see how long the queue is, at least to start. We will need someone to switch to tank, though. 12 minutes, so it might be possible. But yeah, exactly as Angel said, Amurot takes like 10 to 15 minutes. But even if you try to just like unsync speedrun it, the Hades fight that follows immediately after, you wouldn't be able to do unsynced because you'll need more than 2 players. Yeah, 1 hour later, only 12 minutes. Well, I mean, we'll see. If it takes 12 minutes and nothing's happening, then we'll reevaluate from there. But if we're literally potentially waiting for someone to be ready, there's no reason for me to rush it. Also, pretty funny that we have this many summoners. This is the common problem with the Nier Raids, is that the queue time is obnoxiously long for some reason. It is possible. You can do it. The reason why it isn't something that people are super confident about is all it requires is that right when you enter the raid, someone who's designated as first uses Searing Light immediately. 30 seconds later, the next person uses Searing Light. 30 seconds later, the next one does, and 30 seconds later, the next does. And all they have to do is use it on cooldown after that. And just continuously, consistently do that. But all it takes is someone being dead at the wrong time or being unable to use Searing Light at the wrong time. Like, that's all it takes. And now it's all off and all wrong. It's all wrong. I can't tell you, like, so many times where I've, like, queued into something as summoner and I find another summoner in the group and I'm like, okay, maybe I'll use my Searing Light in the open and then see that they did the same. And then I'll be like, okay, they're using their Searing Light whenever they summon Bahamut. Fair enough, I'll skip next time and then I'll just use mine for Phoenix. And then they don't do anything. Or worse, they use it, like, as Bahamut is ending? Or something weird like that. So I get this really awkward position. So I typically just don't try. I don't even try. If there's a duplicate buff, because there's another of the job I'm playing, then I will just let them figure it out. I'll be consistent. But I will not adjust to optimize for uptime of buffs. They'll have to figure that one out, because I can trust myself to use it on time. I can't trust them to do it on time. You could communicate, but often they just can't be bothered, in my experience. Thankfully that's not a thing for Red Mage. It kind of is. You have to remember, Silvermint, that while 2 Red Mages can benefit from each other's raid buff, everyone else can't. So it's still bad to overlap them. But if you only had 2 Red Mages, that would be a different story. Kind of a different story. Because even then, you would still probably get more value out of... maybe get more value out of not stacking them? I'm not actually sure. Not sure. Yeah, the reason with the Red Mage thing is that Embolden applies a buff to the caster that increases magic damage done, but applies a buff to everyone else that increases all damage done. Which means that if 2 Red Mages use Embolden at the same time, they get each other's buff. Like, they get each other's raid buff. Did I prompt math time? No. I mean, we're not in a rush to do anything anyway. Yisa says, if there's 2 Reapers in party, is it worth for one of them to use it in odd minute bursts? I don't think so, because you'd completely ruin your burst as a result of that. Like, maybe you could adjust something so that you could use, you know, maybe you could use, like if you stockpile, so you could just do 2 enshrouds back to back with the resources you just have as you go into your even minute burst, so you don't need the plentiful harvest. Then you could do that, and then one of them could just get their plentiful harvest enshroud on the odd minute. Like, you could do that, I guess. Like, sure, maybe, perhaps you could do that. But, I mean, if you zone into an encounter and you have duplicate party members, like duplicate jobs, then optimization has already kind of flown out the window in a way, I think. When did that happen, Gleaming? Like in a savage boss or something? Or like in the middle of a regular boss? You can also use that Rust, but I mean, if you just need to move, then using both buttons also makes you run forward. Optimizing scuffed compositions in Duty Finder's where it's at. That would be pretty funny. Just like a list of really, really janky openers and rotations for jobs. Like, well, if you have 2 of this, you do this instead. If you have 2 of that. What do you do if you have 4 Reapers? Just 4 Reapers just suffer. It is quite funny when you have 4 of the same job in like a raid or something. It's pretty funny. And when you have those, oh yeah, like a raid or a trial, and like, oh yeah, both of your tanks are warriors, and both, or even better, both of your tanks are gunbreakers, both of your healers are sages, and well, I don't know, you have 4 machinists, so do with that what you will. Good luck. You just have a gun the raid group. I don't think it'll be 12 minutes, guys. I have a feeling that it won't be 12 minutes. How's Amarot coming along, Angel? And Malice? Let's see. What we have is we have our group, and then we have an additional healer and 2 DPS. So we're missing all of the tanks, or all the other tanks, most of the healers, and most of the DPS still. Yeah, eventually, when we've waited a little bit longer, like, I'll give it a chance. It would be easier if we just do it synced like this. But if we can't do that, then it should be possible to do it unsynced with 3 tanks, some healers, and to just like DPS for the rest. Because the main thing that causes problems in Copied Factory is a DPS check. If you are on Alpha Light, or even just the Light data center, you can pretty much guarantee you'll land in group with us if you, like, in our alliance raid, if you just queue for copied factory directly. You don't even have to be in the group, because there's literally not enough spaces. Like, there's not enough people in the queue. Breeza made this queue. But it's a classic with the Nier Raids. If I remember correctly, when I made my video a while back on the Alliance Raid roulette problem that has been adjusted slightly, if I remember correctly, the Nier Raids and the Ivalice Raids, I took so long to queue for that I gave up and just grabbed a recording that I happened to have from a stream and used instead, because I couldn't get in. Like, it just wasn't happening. Gleaming says roulettes are supposed to help with the problem of no one is queuing for this, and yet here we are. See, the problem is that the reason why it doesn't work like that is because while the feature roulettes are in the game partly as a way to make sure that content is done, like that there's people queuing for things, at the same time it also serves as content to do itself. And the thing is, even if that wasn't the reason for roulettes, people do roulettes for the rewards primarily. Most roulettes are done for the rewards, if not all roulettes. Most are. And, well, let's see, what's the reward? 100 poetics. Well, if you're not level 90, I believe if you're level... if you're level 90. Yeah, if you're level 90, it's a little nicer, but most people doing this don't care. Like, they don't care about this. They care about this, which is more, right? You get more for the daily reward. So the problem is, and I've talked about this ad nauseum many times before, this takes like 15 minutes, give or take. You get all of this. This takes at least 30 minutes and does not double the reward. So why would you why would you ever willingly choose copied factory, right? Like, if you had any capacity to magically force it to not have copied factory, then people that are in it for the rewards probably wouldn't do it. That is one of the problems. I'm not saying that's the only problem. Like, obviously, if you want any of the glamour from that alliance raid, then you have reason to do it anyway. But that's one problem. It's not worth it to do it for the reward alone. The next problem is, because no one is doing it, it's a chore to unlock it. And, like, do the Nier Raids. So people give up trying to get it. So less people have it, because less people have it, which is an extremely good cyclical problem, right? And the third problem, which is the weird one with the Nier Raids, is that the Heavensward Alliance raid unlocks access to the later parts of the Tataru's Endeavor questline in Endwalker. So if you care about that, there are some glamour items from that, then you would have to do it. Oh, it popped now! Just suddenly, the entire thing popped. From we don't have anyone to we have everything. That's really weird. But yeah, that problem is like in Heaven's Ward, the Heaven's Ward, oh yeah, it could be Alliance Raid Roulette that just caused that. But the Heaven's Ward Alliance Raid, there is a reason to do it. The Stormblood Alliance Raid unlocks Ivalice and unlocks Boja, which has like an extreme behind it, among other things. So you have reasons to do that one too. The Nier Raid unlocks Glamour. That's it. Don't have to do it. No need to do it. And then the fourth problem, again, specifically with the Nier Raid, is because it is the level 80 Alliance Raid, most of the players in the level range where this would matter are in Endwalker content already, right? So there's a pretty small amount of players that would specifically do Alliance Raid Roulette that need, like, that can do Nier Raids compared to those that can do the low ones. Because many people use Alliance Raid Roulette to level with. And yeah, Myths of the Realm people typically queue specifically for. So that can often steal all the level 90 players, right? So a similar problem. A similar problem in that because there are so many people doing the level 90 stuff, it steals all of the people that are supposed to be doing the Nier Raid, and then even more so a problem because, again, you have no need to unlock the Nier Raids. Looks like Frontline with all the Bahamut's. Maybe it is Frontline. Oh! Kone-wee, Kone-wee. Blah. Oh boy, fireworks 1 day early. Oh boy, don't you love that? Isn't it the best? That's also true, look at them, Aji, that some of the bosses are quite, I don't know. I have a feeling that there might be players that are like, no, if you play it Nier, you might find some of these bosses that seem rather bland a lot cooler. How did that count as me getting out in time? That's incredible. Oh dear, systematic siege, what's that? What are those? This arena is enormous, like extremely big. it's a little quite crazy. So many people where I'm like, I can't heal you because you're too far away. If I remember correctly, there's a knockback when the second time it does this. I'm pretty sure. Healer privilege. I'm just drawing ladies. It's all ladies. Why do you like the planes? Look at the Maji. And gleaming. Are you up to shenanigans over there? But despite us already being in the Alliance raid, there's still a possibility that Malice can catch up. If they can get the queues going. Because it took us like an hour almost to just get to the first raid. And I think there's a lot of quests leading up to the next bit. So it's mostly down to, do you get the... Do you get the queues fast? Are you lucky? Yeah. Oh yeah, limit break seems like a good idea. Don't think we get another one if we keep it. The idea of partitioning an alliance up in 3 parts like that is interesting, but the important thing is making sure that they interact with each other in a way. The thing is, the only way they interact with each other on the planes is that they can hurt each other and they can go and res each other. But personally, like, it needs a little bit more than that if we're splitting it up. Otherwise, it just feels like it's a raid fight in an alliance raid. Like, now it's just one raid group. This is interesting because each group gets slightly different mechanics. It's interesting, but I still would think it would be more interesting if we could more directly interact with each other somehow. It's still a good fight, this one we're doing now. Much Bahamut. Would you like a Bahamut? We have 4. Four Bahamut. Could have been 5. It's okay. The dancer is the one that made our haha emote, so they get a pass, like the automatic pass. They can be a dancer. I didn't even know that we were doing all summoner memes until we did. So many cards. Is this the flamethrower? Black flamethrower. 12 minutes on Amarot. I do think that is a good idea, look at Magi, with Alliance raid bosses that are like can be split up in different groups having different responsibility. However, I do think that Cerberus is an extremely good example of why it just doesn't really work that well. Because the alliance, like, the problem is that the difficulty level of Alliance raids is at such a point where, you know, the average player in an Alliance raid might not actually care. And that would make it very frustrating for the rest of the group as a result. Like, that's the problem with casual player targeting content, is that if it turns out to be too difficult, then it really sucks when you're like when you end up in a group with some players that just aren't good enough. Flamethrowers. Well, with that speed, Angel, there is a possibility you might be able to you might be able to catch up again. Hey, sure, guy. Hope you're doing well. This is when we're fighting the big tank, right? And then it's Engels. How's the Nier experience going? Well, we had a queue time of like 15 minutes or 16 minutes or something like that. So that's pretty good. But we're still in the first one. It took like almost an hour before we actually reached the first raid. I also never played Nier Gleaming. I've seen some of it, and I have friends that really adore it. I also have a friend who only gave Final Fantasy XIV a try because of Nier being in it, but he didn't get past, didn't get into Heaven's Ward, so... Thank you, Sawyer. I'm really happy to hear that. Thank you so much. And hope you have a good day. Marks the smash is truly the attack of all time. Indeed. Just ridiculous attack names. We need more of those. Oh man! That was perfectly stacked. Yeah, I'm also regarding gear, I'm basically passing on all the actual like Nier pieces as usual. I don't want to steal anything on Smol Kai that someone else might really want. The only thing that I'm going to need on in this raid is I'm going to attempt to grab one of the Nier outfits, because some people would really like that we use it for the Nier raids, like if we can. But if I don't get it, then I don't get it. So that's the only thing I'm needing on. That was really weird. Exactly, the 2B set. See, this is actually the fight that if you just bring 3 warriors, you won't actually be able to do it. Because you will not meet the DPS check. I think there's also DPS check on the final boss, now that I think of it. But this boss is like the first wall. Whoops. Wow, that was a case of tank privilege. You see a tank just eat it, and it's also a warrior. Of course it is. Just get sawed in the side and just live it. Oh, I have it. It's that chase marker you like. It's just the one you wanted. Exactly what I wanted for Christmas or something. I actually thought it would chase for longer. That's why I led with such a long run to make space. Oh yeah, the wiper slimes gleaming. See, the way that you get wiped early on in a Palace of the Dead run is if you're doing big AoE pulls, because it's low floors, it's fine, but you don't actually respect the slimes. They just detonate and then you die. I think I had a wipe as a duo. Because we ignored a slime on like floor 18. Something like that. Oh. That's a sad light speed. We go to the far right one for our alliance. We're Alliance C, so we should take the far right one. And it might sound weird that I'm like, oh, it's very important you grab this one, but I have actually seen groups where this almost went wrong just because people that didn't actually fight the correct mob. Alright, Rust. The good old slip and slide. You know it's a slippery floor around here. That's just how it works. The most effective way to avoid an AoE. Just don't be alive for it. It's big brain time. Oh right, those. Watch the sides. You're out of dying gasp. Nice. Well, I'll hold on to the possibility that you might actually be able to, like, separately catch up to us. It's alright, Bob. Tried to help you. There's sudden damage. Nope, the other way. Run! Oh boy. Just tip the camera. Oh, he's going to slash my side of the arena. This will be fine. I think that's the backside. Isn't there an additional intermission? Something where you have to soak orbs, or did we skip that? Well, soak circle AoEs. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. The classic Nier moment, the balls, indeed. It's just the weirdest thing. Like if all I knew about Nier was what I've seen through this Alliance Raid series, I would be like, I'm pretty sure that most of the boss mechanic, like most of the things in the game, are like orbs that you have to dodge. I'm pretty confident that's how it works, right? It's just all orbs. I've never played it, so I wouldn't know. Hey, level 81. We did it. We leveled up. Level up, get. YoRHa says, and you're not far gone for the truth. So what you're saying is, and again, I haven't played Nier. I've seen very little of it, but I'm not really the person to like make assumptions. But you're telling me that Nier, like Automata, like that series, is basically like those bullet hell kind of games. Just you have big swords floating on your back that you can slash with, and you have like a little pod helping you. And you just have to dodge balls. That's hilarious. In that case, I think they nailed it with this alliance raid. Like, they actually nailed it. Because I could guess that based on the alliance race. Dodge balls and hit things. It's dodgeball! Oh, laser turret, move. Move, mate. Blarp. It looked like that Reaper got hit. Guess he didn't. In other news, this song is awesome. The games before Nier is like a music game. What do you mean? This is clearly a music game. Can't you hear? Actually, what do you mean game? I'm pretty sure we're just here to listen to the music. And then it just happens to be game alongside it. Unduck. He stopped being a duck. Now he's a plane. It's an album with a game attached. Exactly. Laser turret! Flap! Both of the healers of A really got smashed there. Time for my signature move! Summon tanks! It's one of the most ridiculously random attacks, in my opinion. Just drop tanks! Why not? I summon Goliath tank in attack position. So, finally, standing here wondering when he's going to do the thing. Apparently that hits through invulnerability, it turns out. Thank you for doing the science, Cat Damon. Right, we go to the far right again, because we're line C. What, Angel? You never finished those alliance raids? What do you mean, the games? Nice. Very nice. Oh, I can do that too! Laser turret! Brap! Oh, didn't hit anyone this time. Nice. Ah, yes, it's limit break time. I can't see. It's just nothing. Completely. No, don't undock. Not this. Anything but. Hey Sid, hope you're doing well. Nay Alexander, hope you're doing well as well. I think it has been going well. Ow. Almost did it perfectly walking. Ta-da! Yay, Alexander and Hazen. I hope you're both doing very well. Oh, I thought there would be 3 sets. Is it only 2? Weird. I thought it was 3. Could have sworn it was. You're trying for an ARR relic, Alexander. That is, if I remember correctly, that is a big time sink at least. As long as you have fun with it. Oh, I actually won it. Incredible. Well, I need to grab some extra die then. Yeah, nice. I think we dealt with the mechanics really well. That isn't, though, like, some of those boss mechanics are not very consistent. They dealt with when you get this raid, like, randomly. So it was quite incredible, so many people that were, like, respecting groups and all that. Is anyone gonna ask her how she's carrying the swords that far away from her back? I'm pretty sure normally that your big greatsword has to float immediately behind your back. And we merely watch. Imagine being a samurai and just being like, I'm just letting that play out. No, it's fine. Teleports behind you. Well, that's a long way down. Yahoo! There may be others lying in wait. We should withdraw. "9S always falls down," Gazel says. Is it like... I guess it's because it's like 9S actually stands for like 9 stories. That's how far down they fall. Is that it? Is that how it works? I think I've cracked the code. Yes. Exactly. Codename 9S. That's how far he falls. Or maybe that's the amount of stories he's designed to fall and survive. She just collapsed. One minute she was walking ahead of us, the next, well, as you can see here, and... Oh, well, you should have been there, but you see, there was a time skip in the cutscene, so you didn't. Sorry. Though after all of that, perhaps the greatest shock is that you're still standing. I'm impressed, and a little bit scared. Truly, you're wasted on the petty errands that everyone else puts you up to. Ah yes, everyone else's errands. Oh, are you feeling better? More importantly, who was that boy in black? How was he controlling the machines? Not a boy, an android, like your phone. An advanced machine designed in imitation of mankind, same as me. Dun dun dun! Yo? You're a machine? Is that why you're not wearing pants? Yes.
But that's impossible. It's hard enough to make a fully functioning Iron Beard or a wind-up automaton that bears a passing resemblance to a real person. So create machines that look and act and fight like you two. Who could possibly have done such a thing? And how?
I don't know, the elegance or something?
But fine. Let's say for the moment that I believe you. Why would one of these androids want to attack us?
I don't know, but he's not the only one out there. I don't know. And if the other androids come looking for these ruins, I can't promise they won't be just as aggressive. Anyone who gets in their way could be in terrible danger. This whole place could be in danger.
If they're anything like what we just saw, I don't like our chances. Don't be silly. We have our clever minds. We have loads of explosives. We have an exceptionally violent assistant, and we even have an android of our own.
No, you don't. I'm sorry. My systems took too much damage in that battle. I don't think I'll be functioning for much longer. I don't think Connacht is functioning much longer either. Their eyes were blinking. I can only tell you what you need to do. Deep within the ruins lies the key. Find it. With it, we can stop them. The machines, the androids. With it, you can restore... Shutting down.
Restore her to functionality, maybe? What in the hells was that about? A very promising discovery is what? So we must persevere. Onward, inward, away!
Windows update. Beep boop Windows update. What was the point of having this extra step? Why couldn't they just continue the cutscene?
I knew that there was something of value in there. And once we get our hands on it, they'll see. They'll all see.
See what?
Oh, nothing. What? Did you hear something? The real question is, do we pack more explosives this time? Maybe we can fit some in your pack as well. You are coming along, right? Oh, who am I kidding? I know you wouldn't miss it.
How charming that you continue to pretend to care about my opinion.
Yes, we both know that you're loving this. And I have a present for you. Feast your eyes on this. It's a one-of-a-kind recording device, the portable archive. If you spot anything odd, anything at all, march right up to it and let this collect its data. Then we'll have a nice little set of records to review. I know, we're brilliant. Anyway, find a place for that in your pack and do take care of what other preparations need doing. We'll be ready to go when you are.
Let me just fix the glamour thing and then we'll just come back here, I think. The portable archive is now available under collection in the duty section of the main menu. Fill the archive by using it to record data at promising spots within the ruins. Oh boy. Right, we have to get back here specifically, so I will teleport to Crystarium. Fix outfit stuff. And then we'll come right back here again. Check this! Just hands me a bomb. Yeah. Oh, we almost are full on poetics as well, so we have to keep that in mind. We should buy something before we move. Helm says, always remember, if you want to fully understand the Nier lore, you only need to play multiple game series, read multiple novels or manga, and have seen stage plays. At least one, if I remember correctly. What do you mean about that, Equilatio? Oh, thank you. I mean, I did say if we wanted, I would wear it for this specific raid series, but I also will wear it in pink. Did I actually make a glamour plate with this outfit we're wearing right now? I did not. We should make that. Wait. Oh, it's over there. It's over there. I'm completely blind because I can't see my minimap. I'm just completely lost. I read the other day that apparently every appearance of 2B is canon. Every single one. Which means even if Final Fantasy XIV does not acknowledge whatever happens, I'm just gonna put it there, I don't care. We do that. We do that. They go in here. We have so much space. So even if Final Fantasy XIV is like, well, that's a side story, it's not that important. It's real as far as Nier Automata goes, apparently, right? There you go. Can't see anything. Poetics. Forgot to spend poetics. I forgot to spend poetics. I'm going back. Can't remember if we can actually spend them here, if I need to go even further back based on what we have. We were spending on tank gear. We have the set. Could buy this. I think we're good for now. Cat Damon says, should we all wear matching 2B outfits? You don't have to. But it was requested that Smol Kai wears it, and I said I will wear it if I win it, and I won it, and I don't know if I won it because people passed, but either way I did promise if we win it, I'll use it. That's it. Is Yoko Taro himself canon to the series? Yoko Taro appears in the story in one of the Nier games, doesn't he? So that would be a yes, right? I think. Says, how is a normal person supposed to know that the reason why only the type S YoRHa androids are male is in a stage play? That's crazy. That's like... Oh, what is that anime that is absolutely ludicrous like that, where it's impossible because the exact order... Is it... Can't remember what it's called. It's like an anime that is like a anime manga franchise almost that is so complicated, confusing that it's basically a meme that it is so hard to figure out what order you're supposed to watch things in. Fate, that's the one.
Ready? Trick question. Don't care. Let's go.
That's a bunch of people. Fate? Do you mean Fate? Probably Fate. It's Fate. I was thinking of Fate, but I have heard that the Monogatari series is just as crazy.
Just think, machines equal to man. No, perhaps even greater. If we can find the key, we can figure out how they work. We can fix 2P, and then... And what? Slow down and use your head. How are we to know that any of what she said was true? Oh, so you'd have us sit on our hands instead of pursuing the untold power that sleeps in these ruins? Twiddle our thumbs while others race ahead and claim the prize? I'm as intrigued as you are, but I would not have us put our blind faith in someone we've only just met, particularly someone making such wild claims. Were we to bring this key to her, there's no telling what she might do with it. If you want to be a coward, be my guest. I'll be boldly forging a path forward as, if you recall, we planned to do, and if we can secure 2P's continued assistance, all the better.
I can't see anything.
What about you? You can either dive into the great unknown with me, or stick in one toe at a time like the beardless baby. Like a beardless baby.
Well, I am technically a beardless baby, so... Hey, Erdo. Hope you're doing well. Oh, what do we choose? Beardless baby or jump right in? I think we're jumping right in.
Don't fret about Karnok. He'll see that I'm right and come crawling back eventually. There's so much that we could learn here about these ruins, living machines, and 2P is the best source of information we've got. We need to seize this opportunity while we can. So, are you coming or what?
Should you give your support to Anok's approach, Karnok's path will no longer be available to you. Please note, however, that your choice will not affect the rewards and challenges to come.
I knew it! Fortune favors the bold!
Sorry. Yeah, there's still a while until we get Puppet's bunker, I'm pretty sure. And apparently Angel and Malice are in there, so they might catch up. I don't know where we are in Zone 1. What? My legs! I need them for running. Hey Kosari, hope you're doing well. And yeah, I do believe it's really long. That's also why I said to Malice when we entered Copied Factory, like, I think you can still catch up.
These pod devices must be part of this place, but they don't seem to be particularly murderous. As far as things in here go, we should be able to use them to ferry us further in again.
Malice become flesh. Malice become, I think, a small dragon, right?
Oh, right. Before we go any further, you remember these odd boxes? They seem to enable etheric transference.
Alright.
If we get lost, it should be a simple matter to teleport back to the entrance using one of these. So don't worry your pretty head about becoming trapped down here. And with that said, throw caution to the wind and go forth and investigate. That's the spirit. And the moment, the very instant that you find something of note, make sure that you show it to me. Got it?
I can't see. I'm blind, not deaf. So much running. If I remember correctly, when I did this on my main, I was like switching to ranged physical jobs to get the Peloton and switching to ninja to teleport and stuff like that. Machine Research Report 1 archived. Nice. We found a thing. Also, that's a lot of ladies. We found a lot of ladies.
You found something, haven't you? Well?
Is it a part of the enigmatic key or a fashionable accessory? Who knows? Not you. Excellent.
I'd bet that whatever this is, it's part of a greater whole. Let's see if we can find any other pieces. I might be able to reassemble it if I had any idea what it's meant to be.
We must go deeper. A box. Memory of a damaged machine archived. Wow. It's a what's-it. A rusty what's-it. One rusty what's-it? Levin says everything is part of a bigger whole. Incredible. Very sage. A tarnished thingamajig. Finally, a quest that names things just like Smol Kai would. Eventually it'll be like, oh, that is a very shiny edible thing, because it's probably a crystal. Machine Research Report 2 archived. Found a damaged part. I think it's edible. Is there a box over here? No. Any boxes? I can has box. Absolutely, Lucadamaji. When Smol Kai first saw the mother crystal, did she try to eat it? Yep. Anything else would be absolutely ridiculous. Tattered flyer archived. Smol Kai calling everything quest markers. She actually sees the UI.
Have you found me some more parts?
You haven't the slightest idea what this might be for. Perhaps, in this case, and that is a good sign. The longer you stare at this odd piece of metal, the less you know what it is. A piece of machina that you recognize from your terrifying flight across chasms. This one, however, seems unresponsive. Smash them together. Make thing happen.
Oh, look at all these. Hard to say for sure whether we have everything until we take a crack at reassembling it, of course, but it's a start.
How do you know that they fit together?
And this pod. I've been so wanting to take one of these apart.
Do you hear something? Function resumed. Initiating repair process. Everything can be edible once. Alert. Multiple life forms detected in proximity.
Life forms would be us, I presume. Interesting. If it's still functional, there's no need for me to disassemble it. Pity. Still, I say we take it back with us. Any objections? No, of course not. So let's get on with it.
Just stuffs it in their pocket. There you go. Is it dinner?
Oh, what's this?
If you punch hard enough, everything fits together. Just squeeze them well enough, it'll work. I'm sure it'll work. And also, yeah, that would be funny. As long as we don't, like, rope like strangers into it, I wouldn't mind doing that once just for the fun of it.
It's him. Though, how he climbed back up here in that state?
It took a while. Climbing 9... Oh, there's a ladder, of course. I would also be quite tired if I had to climb 9 stories. At least I didn't have to do it blindfolded.
Well, you're the one who wanted to work with 2P. I'm sure she would say to destroy him for good. What do you say? Oh, brother, you know me too well. We take him with us, of course, just in case. It'll be our little secret.
I can't see anything. Warrior of Light Guide to solving problems. Options. 1. Raise hand at. 2. Punch. 3. Nod. 4. Defeat in boss battle. 5. Punch fists together like this. 5. Put hand to chest like this. Or like this. And then option 6. Eat it. Oh, that's another box. Unidentified expedition log 1 archived.
Connacht and I will be heading back out. I want to perform a proper analysis on these parts as soon as possible. I don't blame you if you want to look around a bit more first, though you had best share your findings.
Nah, let's just leave.
It's about time.
I was right behind you.
You know those parts we found? Well, I've managed to cobble them together in a decent approximation of something. I was hoping that if I got the basics right, the pod could tell us what it's meant to be, but it won't stop repeating processing and beeping at me. It worked when it was analyzing us, so theoretically, it should be up to the task, but it seems we'll have to wait for it to finish whatever it is that it's doing. I'm half tempted to take my tools to it, but if I can't put it back together, we'll be back to square one, so patience it is. In the meantime, we have quite a bit of other data to analyze, so much, in fact, that I'm certain we will need a considerable amount of time, uninterrupted time, to work. If you take my meaning... Oh, shove it or what? I'm telling you to keep the chief off our backs for a while. I don't care how. Say that his house is on fire if you like, or put it to the torch if you're not comfortable with lying.
Ecoscience says, has anyone here thought what your character would sound like? Well, that's an interesting question. Like, do you mean voice, or do you mean how they would speak? Like, what their opinions are and stuff and such? Because I'm actually pretty confident a lot of people have thought about that, but I wonder about the voice specifically.
Lolly mysterious machines under the ruins will kill us all, ho, I suppose. Sorry, it's been a lot to take in. Did you manage to keep our local miscreants out of trouble?
I found them to be surprisingly competent, actually.
It's true that when it comes to mechanical contraptions, you'll find none cleverer than those two, or more obsessive. If anyone's capable of solving the mystery of these ruins, it's them. Much as I hate to say this, we should leave them to their own devices. For now.
Malice says I can't find the setting to turn down people's effects. You go to character configuration, character, and then you set this to limited. Just set them to limited at least. You could also set them to none here if you don't want to see anything from the other alliances, but that's up to you. Casually commit arson if you're not okay with lying. Just do something worse if you don't like lying. At least you'll be honest.
Lolly, what a conveniently timed entrance, ho! I was just thinking that I ought to send someone to check on Anok and Konok. They're still poking and prodding at those bots that you dug up in the ruins, which is all well and good until one of them sets off another explosion.
I'm sure you'll notice if they blow up anything important.
By which point it'll be too late. Not to mention that our annual carnival is fast approaching. There's plenty that wants doing before we're ready, and I need those two to start pulling their weight. While you're looking in on them, remind them they've got duties outside of tinkering with rusty thingamabobs, will you? Maybe they'll listen if it's you doing the nagging. They seem to respect you, but just they respect anyone. Must be all the violence. You'll find them in the tunnels, of course. Can't lure them out of there for love nor money, and believe me, I've tried.
Forward and back, and then forward and back. I'm guessing you try it with a bit of both. Can I pay you? Would you like dinner? Anything?
Ah, there you are. Can you believe this?
I don't know.
I waited through days of processing, broke multiple tools, and after all of that... a stupid son of a hop-swiving... What? Anok, not everyone is privy to your inner thoughts. Allow me to explain. The pod confirmed that this device grants the user access to some sort of weaponry, which presumably means that it is indeed the key of which 2P spoke. Unfortunately, no sooner had we gotten it to work than it stopped again. Based on our previous experiences, we assume that it's run out of power and will require a supplementary energy source. So let's hurry up and find one. The sooner we get the key working, the sooner we can pulverize our enemies. Yes, that's the reason. Now wait just a moment. We aren't even certain what sort of weaponry is involved here. Even if we get the key working again, we shouldn't activate it willy-nilly. Honestly, Connaught, this ceaseless whining of yours is why we never make any progress. It's not whining, it's being ethical and prudent.
Shall the victor be the first to draw blood, or the last man standing?
Why not both?
Hey Kids and Echo, hope you're doing well. But that is a good question. Have people considered what their own character sounds like, or do you just assume that the character sounds like the voice you chose?
What were we talking about? Ah, yes, why, I'm right. I agree that we still know too little about the machine life forms and androids, but that's precisely why we need to seize this opportunity. If we claim the weaponry for ourselves, we'll know exactly what the enemy's capabilities are. Then, and only then, can we protect the village from comparable technology. Fine, fine. I see your point. We'll be safer in the long run if we activate the weaponry sooner rather than later. Or everyone else will. I'll probably have dropped dead from trying to keep up with you. Ha ha ha. You say that, but you're far too stubborn to die. That's why I can always count on you. You too. You too, most loyal and lethal assistant. Come along, we have a power source to find.
What raid am I on? We haven't started. We have not yet started Puppet's Bunker. Apparently there's a lot of story. But I knew as much. Thank you. Sure, you can join. We'll try and put together a group of 8. And then I will probably, like, just to be sure, I'll probably make, like, a countdown so as many people can, like, queue up together as possible. And then, like, we can, like, bring as many as we can, right?
It's about time. I've been considering what we need in order to power the key. A hefty chunk of crystal from a knocker,
excuse me,
ought to do it, though I haven't quite worked out how we'll divert its energy for our purposes. Connaught and I will think on it while you head over to the Hollows and liberate that crystal. Find us when you're back in Combra.
Magic school bus! And Rose is almost there. That's awesome. Given that I'm guessing that Rose is speedrunning through the cutscenes, I imagine Rose will eventually pass us. We are Marx. I mean Engels. Oh. Tomato, tomato, right? Come back here, you! Oh, Well, that was easy. Also, that sounds like a pretty nice burger, Caetsu. A big old burger.
Aha, you got one, right?
A decent-sized hunk of crystal alight with ethereal energies.
Perfect. Now we can run some tests.
Test 1. Is it edible? It's pretty crystal-shaped, you know?
Yes, it'll take a bit of experimentation to get the key powered up. It is science, you know. Don't you worry, though. We'll have this thing in working order before you know it. While you wait, why not take some time for yourself? Have a nap, try some of our local delicacies, tell the chief to go bugger himself.
Anok! Konok! Is this the time for me to tell him to go bugger himself? Not now? Okay.
Ah, and here's Caetsu. I knew you had roped her into your schemes again. They're good schemes, and anyway, you're the one who keeps sending her to check on us.
I wouldn't have to if you do the work you were assigned. The carnival won't wait on your pet projects.
Eh. Fine. Come on, Konok. Let's get this over with. Frustrating as they are, you have to admire their enthusiasm for tinkering. If they can put even a tenth of that energy toward the carnival, we'll be ready in no time.
I hope you'll be able to attend. You won't have seen the like before, I assure you. Not to mention that we're eager to show our appreciation for your helping us with those machines, and there's no better way to do that than with a dwarven toast to your health or two. Dozen. Well, let's see. Angel did say they had to go at 7 server time, which is in half an hour. Is that YoRHa?
Lily, I knew you'd be here sooner or later, ho.
You remember the carnival I told you about, don't you?
We've finished preparing, which means it's nearly time to open celebrations with the unfurling of the banners, but first we'll need an officially sanctioned bearer to present said banners to 3 of our people, and why not let you do the honors? Others are clamoring for the task, make no mistake, it's an important and highly coveted duty, you understand, but I couldn't deprive you of this opportunity to experience GOG culture hands-on. Consider it a thank you for keeping Anok and Konok from blowing themselves up, and look sharp, we haven't got all night.
It is YoRHa. Hello. If you just came to say hello, then of course I'm not roping you into the party and everything, but if you wanted to join up and you are on the part we are, you're welcome to join.
So the role of bearer went to the outsider after all. Nothing you can't handle, I hope.
This traditional decoration for Comra's annual celebration features an equally traditional GOG pattern rendered in 4 colors. It's not that I think the chief made a poor choice, mind. Bit of a waste, yes, but there's no better way for you to introduce yourself to the rest of the village, and wouldn't you know it, you're not so bad.
Aha! You'll be the bearer. Well, hand it over. This is what we've all been waiting for. Ah, the colors of YoRHa. They speak of our village, our lives, our very souls. Except this one. Never really cared for this one. Looks like it tripped halfway through the journey from beige to yellow and fell in a ditch. Alright. Time already, is it? Oh, my hands are so sweaty. Do take care now. I'd hate to be the one who drops the banner. Whew, well done. Let's share a drink once it's safely unfurled, eh? The carnival is our way of showing appreciation for each other, and I certainly appreciate you keeping this banner from slipping away like a greased eel. It's raining. That's fair, Shurakai. I think what we'll do, as I said before, is that we'll get 8 players in the group. And, I mean, we can, like, if we have enough people, we can, like, start to fill a second group. But then we make sure that we queue at the same time for Puppet's Bunkers, such that we all land in the same alliance. So if you want to come along for Puppet's Bunker, you're very welcome to. But we'll basically try and queue such that everyone comes in together. Which should be possible given how extremely popular Nier Raids are. Finished, have you? Hopefully speaking with those fools helped impress upon you that this wasn't just some menial errand anyone could have done. No, the slightest mishap in the banner delivery process would have spelled disaster, you hear? Now, without further ado, let the carnival begin. You can also do that, Gozadi, as long as you make sure to be on light. But I will try to make sure that you can queue at the same time as me, so that if the groups are already, like, if there's already plenty, we have a higher chance of landing in the same. I'm guessing those are the Sentinel triplets. No need to stand there waiting for someone to give you more work to do. Go and witness the fruits of our labors. Revel, frolic, etc. If you need the task that badly, you can set yourself to work up an appetite. I expect you to partake heartily of our traditional cuisine, not to mention the drinks. Don't spare me these menial tasks. If I see one more streamer... What? Hey, wait a minute. Why, if it isn't Caetsu, a streamer, and run absolutely ragged with tedious carnival duties, no doubt. It is indeed my solemn duty to eat my weight in carnival food. It is a burden that I am willing to bear. Eating? Are you mad? There's no time for that. We've got the key to activate. All of this festive nonsense has been an unnecessary distraction, but Connacht and I did manage to make some real progress while the chief wasn't looking. And if you want the details, and I know you do, you'll have to meet us at the usual place. The last thing we need is half the village drunkenly eavesdropping. Well, I was just looking forward to eating my weight in food. Also, look, we're now 4 Bs. We're 8B. We have a grape purple B, 2B, and we have iris purple 2B, and we have a
honey yellow 2B, and we have cherry pink 2B. And Malice can also be a 2B. The 2Bs. The 2B hour ranges are exempling. That's that's exactly it, me who else. That's what's happening. I think that's really funny. Grab your 2B outfits if you have one.
There you are. Let's review our work, shall we? Doubtless you've forgotten some significant detail.
A Kai impersonator? Are you talking about Gassel?
As hopefully even you will recall, we required a source of energy to restore functionality to the so-called key 2P told us about. We obtained said source in the form of our Narcos crystalline carapace, though the transference of energy from crystal to key proved a challenge. Nothing that Connacht and I, in my infinite wisdom, couldn't handle, however. You'll find your faith in us well rewarded. The key is now fully powered and, as far as we can tell, functional, so I dare say we'll soon be capable of smiting our enemies with the press of a button. Or we would be, if we had the first clue as to how to operate the blasted thing. Indeed, it seems the key is a more complicated device than we anticipated. Thus far, we have succeeded only in making it display a series of strange glyphs. We presented these to the pod for translation, of course, but we cannot make heads or tails of its terminology, no matter how many times we prompt it to explain. The androids appear to have an intuitive, or at least finely honed, grasp of technology, so I have no doubt that 2P would know, but... She's showed no signs of miraculously awakening, that's for certain. You know how it is with Windows Update at times. You, pod, can 2P be revived?
You should have asked that a lot sooner.
Analyzing Android repair sequence. Error detected. Confirming details. Damage to internal mechanism detected. Proposal. Replace the damaged part. With a replacement part, repairs possible. I dare say facilitating that process would prove more efficient than continuing our own fruitless experimentation with the key. I would hardly call wandering the factory for days on end with the barest idea of what sort of part we're looking for efficient. So unless our friend here just happened to stumble upon a room filled with android corpses ripe for the harvesting, actually...
Oh yeah, the corpse room. That is a thing. That's a thing, yeah.
Odd, but superlative. You'll take us there at once. We'll bring part 2. It can tell us if any of the androids still have the part we need. Onward!
Ah yes, the corpse room. The corpse room. The room where we store those, specifically, for some reason. A box. Unidentified expedition log 2, archived. Yeah, Gassel is, sometimes when we're doing streams at my house on my main, Gassel is Small Dragon Kai's body double. For no particular reason. Just is. Just how it be sometimes. Wait. That was a bad idea, wasn't it? Yep. I feel like I remember I've done this before. Certainly easy to catch up to me when I waste time like that. By the way, Emir, don't worry about it. I'm not saying that you had to have the outfit. It's just, it would be funny if we can have a bunch of different colored 2Bs. Boxes? 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 Any boxes? There's a box there. Unidentified expedition log 3 archived. Is that a box? Apparently it doesn't count. Is there a box here? I'm on a hunt for boxes. Oh, look, better press this. Me Will saying in the party chat, why can't I just loot the set from the corpse room? Look, a box. Weapon fragment data 1 archived.
Over here, is it? Karnok, Pod, stop dallying. How disturbing. The color of their garment is different, but they do appear to be of the same make as 2P. Which means, ghoulish or not, we can make use of them. This is truly excellent, Karnok. My understanding is that Pod should be able to salvage the correct part and initiate the repairs. Let's see.
You don't care about what Karnok said to the Pod.
Must we instruct it every single time? Go on, Pod, fix 2P.
Go! Fix! Fix! Do the thing!
Did it work?
I can't see. I also can't see. We did it! Or something. We could indeed rebuild her.
Ha! Sweet success! Let's not waste any more time about it. 2P, do you remember what happened?
I was damaged in combat, and you brought me here.
And then you wildly inconvenienced us by dying on the table, yes.
Hey Cockatoo, hope you're doing well.
Fortunately for you, we were clever enough to pick up Pod here, and by the fact that we're having this conversation, I assumed it succeeded in repairing the damage.
I see. Did you locate the key as I instructed?
Despite how little information we had to go on, we did. It's fully operational as far as we can tell, so can you use it?
Yoink. Lunch in 5 minutes.
What? An earthquake! Everyone, outside, now!
Isn't that the gunbreaker gauge? You know, it's actually pretty close, isn't it? Also, that's very bad.
The mountain! What happened to the mountain? This isn't... Anok, look!
One of them can see. Who's getting the repair bill? It sounds about right.
Soupy, no! There are too many!
Worried for me? Don't be.
What is the meaning of this?
It means that your assistance is no longer necessary. Nice. A hammer. Are you serious? Have it your way then. See this world to its end.
I know I worried, but I thought she was our friend.
And who are you? Is your dress about to turn white? Because if so... I am a YoRHa number 2 Type B unit, but you may call me 2B. I'm here to destroy the androids in white.
We can discuss this later. Right now, we've got to stop 2P.
Well, that sounds like we're on the same team then. See, that is actually a funny thing, because when I did this raid originally, I also knew basically nothing about Nier. But what I did know was, I was like, wait, 2B is is the one that you play as, right? And I'm pretty sure 9S is on the same side as 2B, so why are we fighting 9S? And then when there was this betrayal, I was like, ah, now it makes sense. Now it all now it all adds up. Wouldn't 2P be a big upgrade of 2B if we go by letter? I suppose so. Malice needs 5 minutes? I mean, I kind of need to be right back as well, so I will be right back, and then we can probably queue together. Sanity restored. Alright, I'm back. So, while we wait for Malice to get ready, or are you ready? You are ready. The way that we're going to do this, as you can see, I'm in an 8-man party, so what we'll do is... you can see up in the top right that there is an Eorzea time here. If you click your clock, it will eventually say ET. If you do that, I will say a time here, and I will queue at that moment. If you just look at your own time and queue when the clock says that, then we'll queue at the same time, with 1 or 2 seconds of difference at most. That way we will at least land in the same group, the same alliance as a whole. Alright? I'm going to start with a ready check here, to make sure everyone who is in my group are ready. You can also, pair up if there's anyone else are coming. Alright, so I'm going to queue when it says 7:10. Enjoy your food, Angel. look! It's 2p! Those grown bunny ears. We'll give it around the time that it says, maybe a bit more. If it turns out that it just won't pop, then we might try and see if we can do it unsynced, as I mentioned before. Yeah, very well done, Malice. I just want to remind everyone, there might be some that don't realize this, but I believe Malice was, so that's Rose, Archivist, or Malice in the YouTube chat, was at the quest to do Mount Golg like an hour before stream started, and just had the fortunate assistance from Angel to speedrun to this point by now. That was of course done by rushing every single cutscene, just mash. But still very well done. Are you having fun just sitting there? Me? I mean, perhaps. Sure. The reason why I don't go and do, for example, the Laliho quest is because there is a reasonable chance that the queue will pop in the middle of a cutscene, and I don't want that to get ruined. So basically, when Smol Caetsu is queuing for anything, I don't really do cutscenes. Just to be sure. Kasadi says I got yeeted to a duty in progress. Oh. I mean, that could happen for us due to my settings as well. Whoops. I mean, the alternative, Kasadi, is just clicking no. Oh, it only works when you're alone. I didn't even realize that. Angie Buster says it's like Jesus preaching to his disciples, but Kai preaching to the cultists. Preach! Candy crystals are delicious. By the way, I have a feeling Graham is in the chat. Are you preferring to be anonymous? Or did I miss you saying who you are? Or have I been told this before and I just don't realize? Is it you, Archiebuster? Or is it someone else? Ham says, I was not in the room with the ability to type while you asked. Oh, so it's you, Ham. Is that right? Cool. Once you kill 2p, you'll be able to say God to P. Da 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 da. Identify thyself. That's fair enough, Ham. There's nothing wrong, like, if it turned out that you didn't actually want anyone to know, like, your YouTube account name, that would also be perfectly fine. I was just like, I have sometimes had people that just happen to be in the area that seem to be a part of the group, and then when you ask them, they're like, no, I have no idea who you are. Not the faintest idea, but this looked funny. And that's also perfectly fine. But I'm just curious. That's all. But no, I had never noticed that you can't land in a group in progress if you're not alone. That had never occurred to me, but it does just straight up say that, right? So that's on me. It kind of makes sense. Then again, does it? I feel like if you had like a part of a group that just perfectly fit for the party in progress, I don't see a reason why you couldn't fill in, but I guess maybe it's because it's too complicated with the queuing system. Look! It's another 2B! It's the Celeste Green 2B! You know, that's wisdom over there, Eleven. If there's a person watching a wall, it's an idiot. If there's 10 people, must be something interesting. And that's also true. Sometimes we get a significant amount of people just leaving in Crystal Tower. You know, random thought. Both Ham and Cat Damon have the correct horns and the correct tail to make for an extremely good Kai outfit. And also Aridell's here. Look, it's the red 2B. Another one. Also, that doesn't surprise me, Steve. Said they did that as an experiment. They had one person looking up, and eventually others joined, and they got about 30 people looking up at nothing. Yeah, the part of the problem on Cat Damon's side is that the skin colors may be a bit too pale for looking like Small Dragon Kai. I think Helm has just the right one, but then in both cases there's something with the hair. But that's neither here nor there. I just noticed that the horns were just right and the tail appears to be just right. Red to be... Aridell must be the protagonist. Is that how it works? You know, Ymir, I've read that the initial drafts of YoRHa, like the race, they were actually supposed to look a lot more demonic. Like, they were actually supposed to be, like, potentially like a demon race in the first drafts. And then they went, how about dragons instead? As far as I could find, at least. Like, yeah, maybe a bit like Voidsent in a way. Kokochu says, I'm excited to watch someone else running Puppets Bunker live. I just ran it for the first time the other day. That's awesome. I've done Puppets Bunker many times, but we're doing the story from start to finish on these side-questing streams. And re-experiencing it with everyone. But it is no secret that I have done it before. The first time I did Puppets Bunker was like the week they were released, or it was released, and we did it as a drinking game. Which was very funny when we did the monitor boss. Indeed, Malice. It was, I believe, it was a full 24-man pre-made. And I think 20 of the players were blind. And at least around 20 of the players were drinking, like, beer or, like, stronger drinks. Some even had shots. There was also some that were, like, not drinking for religious reasons, among other things, and that was perfectly fine. I know at least one of them were drinking water to compensate, and he was drinking a ridiculous amount of water. Let me just put it like this, it was probably for the best that he was drinking water. And my experience was that, like, one of the rules were that you drank a little bit to celebrate whenever you beat an encounter. That was pretty much the only drinking I had done before the monitor boss, because I happened to not really collect vulnerability stacks or get hit by anything. Or die. And then on the monitor boss, things went bad and we started wiping, but because I was the most reliable healer and everyone knew that, I kept getting raised, died, raised, and died again, which meant that I accumulated a lot of things to drink. And we also wiped on the monitor boss. I believe it was the only boss we wiped on. But yeah, there were a few players that weren't actually blind, but they were specifically being hush, didn't say anything about mechanics at all. To make it fair. But they just had to do the raid on release day and not release week. So they weren't blind. Exactly, Gleaming. When your challenge is that you drink water every time you make a mistake, then there's a completely different challenge altogether. We go together! Exactly. The thing with the monitor fight that makes it so hard is that this sign for a mechanic, and of course I'm not going to get too specific, Malice probably wants to experience it for themselves. I don't remember what the boss is named, that's why I just say monitor boss. It's not important what the boss is named. You'll know when you know. The thing that makes the fight difficult is that some of the tells for the fight, like the boss mechanic tell, like instead of a telegraph, there's monitors on the edge of the arena that say something. And that is what you need to watch for. And let me tell you, in that first week run I did, we didn't know that. Not at least for the first attempt. And then someone was like talking about, I think I saw some monitors or something. Could it have something to do with the boss mechanic? And then everyone's like, oh. So imagine that fight dragging on quite a lot because people are failing, people are drunk, people are playing poorly for whatever reason. It's the first week, people are undergeared for some reason also. The bosses take longer. And then also, you don't understand the boss. Like, the point where that boss tends to die now, in my experience, is around when they start to actually mix up the monitor mechanics. Where they, for example, have the pod connect to a monitor to the side of it and things like that. Like weird stuff like that. Right about when that's about to happen, when they combine the circle AoEs and the line AoEs, the boss dies. So you don't get that experience. But it's quite wild. But hey, at least, Kokochu, on the bright side, you kept getting raised, right? You know it's really bad when people just give up and just let you lie there. Then you know that you've gone too far. When they go, there's no point. We don't have the raises to spare. Gleaming says, I hate having to watch off the arena, the edge of the arena, because my camera is usually almost top down. Ah, yes. We call it Final Fantasy GTA 1 style. You can't steal a car, though. That's actually really funny, because that's probably the reason why people didn't even notice that you were supposed to look off of the arena to see the mechanic, because it's like people just naturally just have their camera like this, right? Like, so they can see more. So it makes sense they wouldn't notice something they have to like actually be almost horizontal to see. Case in point, and I'm not going to be very specific here, and just for those that haven't reached far enough, like Malice's sake, I'm going to be vague about it. The first trial in Endwalker, the mechanic that kills groups, or like killed groups when it was new, the most, on normal by the way, and I'm sure you already know what I'm talking about if you know the fight, the mechanic that kills groups the most, or killed when it was new, and probably still kills off first timers the most likely, the one where the boss flies away from the arena and does a mechanic far into the distance, which you can only see the tell for by doing this. So if you don't do that, like, of course, the sign that you're supposed to do it is that you should have your camera follow the boss as it leaves, but if you don't do that, you don't know what's happening. It just, suddenly mechanics are happening on you, just blap, and then you die. So, it's weirdly common, I feel like, that mechanics like that are where the tell is like way off in the distance, and somehow people fail them because they don't know. Look at the Magi says, shout out to the final boss of the level 85 dungeon for doing something similar. Oh yeah, true. You know, again, not being too specific, the final boss in the level 85 dungeon, when it flies away and then throws things on the arena, it does so in 2 and only 2 configurations. Like, either the correct answer is, I think it's like or it's a little bit difficult to explain. If you imagine the arena like, never mind. You know, see, the trick to getting the cue to pop is you just start explaining something. Like, explaining something that requires you to focus on it so that the game gets to interrupt you. It's pretty smart like that. Fighting in first person is a savage in and of itself. Absolutely. I have tried. It's too hard as a healer. By the way, hope this isn't you, Ymir. I'm guessing it isn't, since you're right there, talking. Right, so if you imagine the arena for the level 85 final boss as a 4x4 grid, then the safe spot is always either forward left, then right, and then one more forward and all the way to the left. I think, actually never mind, I think it's like left, forward right, and then forward to left. Or it's the reverse, so it's right, forward left, and then forward to right. And you can tell which one is the correct one before the first set lands. So you just need to see one thing. Yeah, exactly. It's left, right, left, left, or right, left, right, right. And you just take one step forward each. And it's consistent. It's consistent and reliable enough that even though you have very little reaction time, I've been able to do like the danger Dorito or whatever it's called, you know, the safety taco or whatever you want to call it on that fight because the healer just didn't get it. Just follow me, and I would, you know, already stand on the next safe spot long before you would normally be able to tell because I know there's only 2 configurations. Even Trust can do it. True. Could you imagine if they couldn't? Just imagine if they couldn't. But there is something weird with the level 85 final boss. There is this mechanic it uses that is actually similar to a mechanic from one of the Ivalice final bosses. I believe it's the first one. The first Ivalice Raid's final boss. The guy that makes like either like 1 of 2 masks on your screen, and that means whether you should do the thing that he says or do the opposite. In the level 85 dungeon, it just shows like either a red sign or like a bluish white sign. And that's the thing that's going, like, that's the part of the arena that's going to explode. There was a bug, at least at the start of Endwalker. I don't know how long it lasted, and I don't even know if it is fixed, but there was a bug with that mechanic that made it so that some players couldn't see it. Like, it just didn't appear for them at all. And the way that other players will observe this is that it makes it look like they don't get it. Because you can obviously see it, so surely they can see it as well, but there was a bug that made it so that some players just couldn't see it. Like, it just didn't appear on their screen. I don't know what happens instead. I'm just guessing that nothing happens, but I know this specifically because Arya, my really good friend Arya, didn't see it. Hey Shiro, hope you're doing well. Oh yeah, by the way, regarding the gifted memberships thing that we were messing around with a while back, we discovered the problem that made it so that some people just can't be gifted a membership. If your account is a brand account, then you cannot receive a gifted membership. And a lot of people that had a YouTube account back before they messed around with Google Plus and all that, there was this time where Google decided that all YouTube accounts, like the original account, would just be renamed to your actual full name. And the only way to like keep your name on the like your internet handle, so to speak, was to use a brand account. Although I don't think it was called that at that time, but you can like make like an extra account in YouTube, so you can have multiple accounts to switch between. Like, so you can have a private one and a public one, for example, or multiple public ones. But the brand accounts cannot receive gifted memberships. They have to buy them themselves. Nowadays, however, if you don't want your full name on display on your main account, you can just go into the YouTube Studio settings, I believe, somewhere, or YouTube account settings and just change your name. You just do that. So you can do that, but it's a little late for that. Like, if you've been using your brand account for 4 or 5 years or something, and, you know, added things to it, subscribed to channels, done stuff, you have, like, playlists of stuff that you like, and you don't want to recreate them or something, it's just not really nice to have to do all that again. So I can see why you might feel too attached to your brand account to do that. But yeah, that is the reason why, for example, Shiro is immune to gifted memberships. The saddest part about the Google Plus thing, Gleaming, is that, to my understanding, the part of what caused it to be so difficult for it to grow was that they kept it like invite only or something weird like that for so long that by the time people actually had an opportunity to get in, all interest in Google Plus had ended. Like, by the time you could finally get in when you wanted to, no one cared anymore. Hey, Ymir, thank you, Ymir, for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Speaking of which, and enjoy the gifted memberships and emotes. Mayor Clanger, Viek, Samuel, James, and Josh. And hey, Fat Souls. I see. You're like, wait a minute. What's this huge amount of people? Oh, it's the streamer guy. Glad to see you. I mean, we're doing Puppets Bunker, as you can see. Thank you. I think Fat Souls blessed us. And Ymir did too. Please, tank and DPS, you can do it. Just click the button. Please, tank. 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 Come on. Thank you. Yeah, we around once a week, Fat Souls, I stream on Smol Kai here, who is on Alpha Light. We do something. And this week we're doing the Nier Raid. I'm glad to see you. So thank you for stopping by. And again, thank you so much for the gifted memberships, Ymir. That's so generous. Nier Raid cosplay. Who? Jiro says, is that a Nier Raid cosplay? I'm guessing whoever has it might be able to say yes or no to that. Yep, Ham got in. At least. And Aradel is there. And Rose is there. Cat Damon. Good question. I think I almost walked off the edge there. So it's rather important that you stick to your quarter of the arena. Like, you can move over the other sides if you need to for like mechanical reasons. But the reason why it's good to stick to your group is because there's like stack markers and stuff, and they target each alliance. So if you're in the wrong section, that can become a massive problem. Mostly for the group that you happen to stack with. I think I have a... Now that I think about it, I think I have Bahamut on a normal size. I don't think this one will work. I don't trust it. I trust this one better. Oh. Double res. I recommend using your knockback immunity for this one, just in case you miss position. And yeah, we're having this little thing where as many people as we can are wearing different colored 2B outfits. So we can be the colored 2B squad. We're the 2B hour rangers. But maybe the outfit Cat Damon went with looks similar to Nier Raid. I have no idea who that is. Nothing bad about... was it Guilty Gear? I just don't know. Kasadi just finished their run now. That's unfortunate timing. I think I'll trust you, Cat Damon. Look, an ad! C Shears said put a picture in the general chat on the Discord server for anyone curious. Thank you. I'll have to check it later. But thank you. Totally safe to look away from this boss. Oh, it's that, and then I'm also streaming right now, so I'm busy being big internet funny man, you see. Oh. So often I forget to check these kinds of things. I think this one is... Nope. I don't know. Good call on my part, at least to not trust myself. Big brain time. Just don't trust yourself. Oh, we all made it through. Nice. I was watching, I saw Gazel already had activated Swiftcast, so I was just waiting to see whether it was going to work or not. Very nice. So funny story, when I did my first run of this, when we did it as a drinking game, one of the people on the water mode, the first thing he did was step off the arena. The only thing we could say was, well, you have to drink on that, but thank you for doing the science and figuring out that indeed the edge is an edge. You can fall off. By the way, the big boys in this particular encounter, they can be they have an interruptible thing, and you really want all 3 of them to get interrupted. Did I use that too early? I don't think so. There it is. Nice. Unlucky. Not all 3 got interrupted. And now you might be sitting there thinking, why did you use Esuna on every single person? And the reason is, cumulatively, there's a very, very good chance that having each of those paralyzers will cost multiple GCDs, and it costs me 1 to help someone. So I always view it as worth. Remember, kids, jumping off the arena is science if you learn something. Remember to tie yourself with a bungee cord or something. And also don't jump off ledges in real life. Remember, tip, if you get the line stack marker on you, make sure you face it away from the arena, because it can reach the other alliances. Also that, look at the Magi, the simple fact that the paralysis is incredibly super mega annoying also gives reason to just get rid of it. Because it's annoying enough to warrant doing that. Nice. No one pointed it badly, so no one died. Very nice. See, the reason why that stack marker is so scary is because it gives you a magic vulnerability debuff, which means that if you get hit by 2 of them, you die. Even though you saw that it didn't really do anything when we all got hit. Like, it wasn't particularly scary when you really think about it. Pretty sure it's here. Only 1 person got hit? Wow. That's incredible. Shiro says, I carry spine drops. That's genius. I always forget those exist. I'll need to try and remember to grab some of those on my main later. Like, if you somehow can magically make me remember that, Shiro, just do that, please. Like, after the stream, just somehow make it so that I remember. I don't know how you'll do it, but if you can. Also, that was a very, very nice rescue from Gazel to Ymir. Skywriting. Isn't that like a D&D thing? Oh, this is bad. I have wasted my burst, I think. Yup. Sadness. Left. Stay left. And then go right. Very well done. Don't you just love that they reuse that mechanic wholesale in P12? I mean, I'm pretty sure they've used that kind of mechanic in multiple fights. I think. Also, I feel like they use it in a slightly less punishing way in P12, and then just like use it more regularly, which makes it different in a... Whoa, boy. No one died again. Very nice. You could do that, Shiro. Like, if you just ping me after the stream at any point. Like, usually what happens at the end of the stream is that I spent some time catching up on things. So I would see it then, probably. Hey, our plane is actually the one that has the least HP left. Man, we're good. Oh. Ow. I think I jinxed it. Man, we're doing well. Someone, multiple people get hit really badly. Oops. Ah, yes. The second best one is the one with a significant part of the cult as well. Yeah, the reason I'm saying, can you remind me, is because I'm pretty sure that I've heard it mentioned before that, oh yeah, spine drops, and I've been like, oh, that's a great idea, and then I just don't get any. I'm pretty sure you can buy spine drops for like company seals or something, so it's not like it's expensive. Malice just announced in the stream chat that, well, actually, Malice is in a different group. Passed on maiming gloves. Look at the Magi says, I thought Shine Brilliant was a linear knockback, not a line stack. In P12, I mean, it's a linear knockback, yes. Exactly, Gazel. Shiro mentioned it before. On tea time, no less, which would have been a perfect opportunity for me to just go, I'll just buy some now. And then I didn't. I think the thing that has made me just, like, the weirdest thing is that I have actually gone and checked all of the medicine in the Grand Company, because I was like, well, if there are echo drops for silence, surely there is something for pacify, but there is no medicine for pacification. You just have to deal with it. The high lasers are safe for a bit. Those that don't realize or don't know. Exactly, Shiro. Part of the reason why I looked for that, I think I looked for it in relation to a guide I made for starting in Palace of the Dead. I was like, oh yeah, if you're a caster of any sort at all, you want these echo drops. However, if you're a physical job, tough. Good luck, mate. There's nothing for you. Donut. Yeah, exactly, Fisherman. I'm pretty sure that that's the reason that if there was... I think I actually gave that reasoning as well, possibly, in the video. But part of the reason very likely would be that if a pacify cleansing medicine existed, it would be too overpowered in a Realm Reborn, at least, and maybe Heavensward. Because Warriors Berserk just gave you 50% extra attack power or something like that for 20 seconds. But the drawback was that it pacified you for 5 seconds after that. But if you could just bring medicine to just remove that problem, then it wouldn't really be a drawback. It would just be that all warriors are addicted to anti-pacification medicine. Balls! All the weird red orb balls. The Orbeez. Gleaming asks about something about the 2B dress. I'm pretty sure it doesn't do anything about that, Gleaming, because I happen to know that all the males just stay flat. I'm pretty sure it doesn't change anything about on the ladies either. I think it might just be that the way the dress presents your character, so to speak, happens to have the effect of making them look bigger. That's how fashion works sometimes. I think that might be what you're seeing, but I don't know for sure. I'll go long. Oh, hey, fellow 2Bs. But I mean, if the thing you're asking is something that happens, Gleaming, I'm relatively confident that it would be well documented. I'm not sure what gives me that idea, but I can only imagine that if it does what you think what you're suggesting, people would know that. Hey Xanadus, hope you're doing well. We don't even get to see it really mix it up. Okay, relax. The scream. Ree! You killed my monitor boss! Ree! Man has actually got the code. Nice. Silverman says, fun fact, Yokotaro wanted this hallway to be a one-hit KO. You know, it doesn't surprise me. I do recall that there's been interviews where they were saying, yeah, Yokotaro wanted this to be a lot meaner, but we had to say no. Just be happy that the Nier Raid wasn't like... Could you imagine if the Nier Raid series was actually like a Raid series and not an Alliance Raid series? Could you imagine the Savage version? Just think about it for a moment. How about some more orbs? I do think that it would be pretty nice if they added a Savage version of some Alliance raids. I feel like it's like, given how much people got out of Delubrum Reginae, I can't really see a reason why they shouldn't. It's not exactly a an Alliance raid, but it's a comparable, isn't it? Xanadu says I've only done Delubrum Reginae like twice. Oh, what I mean is Delubrum Reginae has a Savage version. That's what I mean. Yep, Manus, the boss before that long hallway was the monitor boss. Shiro says, just checked, and yeah, my V is flatter than a pancake in the 2B dress. But hey, maybe that's just because 0 times 2 is still 0. Oof. Laser! And a donut! Blap. Oh, we both did it. My bad. I could have waited. Time for math! But yeah, the thing is, the only thing that I think most people dislike this particular Alliance Raid series for is more so that it's really long compared to getting like Crystal Tower, for example. I'm reasonably sure that's the reason. Android Orb Phase 1. Laser! Android Orb Phase 2. Blade! True. It's a person blade. I don't know quite how that works. I'm not sure, but apparently you can make a blade out of people. Like that, and apparently it's very, very sharp. I have no idea. Okay, apparently it is actually a blade. That blade is very personal. Yeah. If I remember correctly, centrifugal is just raid-wide. Indeed, blade, Agibuster. Pretty sure that's the circle. A very big circle, apparently. Oops. And that's the donut. Right? No, that is a line AoE. That's the donut. They're a people person. Yeah. Basically that. So what you're looking for is one of them has like a spark moving towards it. That's the real one. It took me way too long to figure that out when this raid was new. It's a person made of people. It's a people person with a people blade. Ah! Yeah, the reason why it's a little scary that the mechanic, the sign for that fake out mechanic is so specific and it's easy to miss, is that the mechanic is like that specific tell is used for like 2 or 3 different mechanics throughout the fight. So if you don't get it, you're in trouble. I'll let you rest first, Castle. Or did you already do it? See, here's the spark again. Like, of course, you can deal with that mechanic by just, you know, having people on every single spot. There's enough spots for that, but that will still mean that some people are going to get very hurt. That's possibly the easiest configuration I've ever seen of that mechanic. Just the edge of the arena, nothing else. Very nice. Wait, what? Oh, like that. I don't think I've ever seen that. Like, actually, I don't think I've ever seen her do that. Weird. Uncanny Valley, you don't say. You don't say. Exactly, Xanadus. I don't think I've ever seen her do that. Not specifically not that, but I feel like I've seen the boss drag out a lot before. So it's just weird. Because I feel like I've seen everything the boss has done. Maybe it's just so long ago that I don't remember. Still weird. This is the uncanny bottomless pit. Right, and we will continue forward. Hopefully we can do tower as well tonight. We will do tower as well.
It was wrong. So wrong. I made you go along with my decisions. Put everyone in danger.
Harnock. Anok.
The other one.
I'm the one who let the conflict spread this far. Blaming yourselves is unnecessary.
Forgive me, but you seem so similar to 2P, and we still don't really understand either of you. Are you truly our ally?
I can't be certain. All I know is that I was damaged in a battle with the machine life forms, and then I was here. Your world is very different from where I was. I don't know my coordinates, and I can't contact command. I just followed the explosions.
Let's approach this from a different angle then. What are the machine life forms, and why were you fighting them?
The machine life forms are weapons created by aliens from beyond the stars. As part of YoRHa, my mission is to reclaim the planet from these invaders.
Alien invaders? Never mind. What about 2P? As an android, does she not belong to this YoRHa as well?
No. She's a copy, built by the machine life forms, probably to fight YoRHa specifically. We also retrieved another android. A boy. If he's still with you, I would like to see him. Very well. Can't make things any worse.
That's the spirit. Thank you for joining, Sorokai. Xanadu says, question, why do we use uncanny but not canny? I just don't think we use that word. Like, for no particular reason.
A new section has been added to the portable archive. Fill it by using the device to record data at promising spots within the puppet's bunker.
Wow.
A box! Yoink! On the operation of YoRHa units archived.
It's just certain words in the language we just don't use in like normal in a normal conversation. Yeah, exactly. As Shiro says, canny does mean something, but we just don't use that word anymore. I don't really have good examples of this in English. I do have in Danish, but that wouldn't be particularly helpful. So it's just the word of saying something is uncanny is rare, but specifically uncanny valley is something really specific that most people recognize, that it's something that looks right enough that it is sort of convincing, but then again not. Like it looks right just enough that it looks completely wrong or something like that.
We hit him where 2P wouldn't know to look. Follow me.
Yeah, understandable. How would she know to look there? This area just unlocked now.
(9S). My duty is to annihilate the machine life forms. For that, I require the assistance of 9S. We must revive him.
Fortunately, we have some experience with this sort of thing. What do you say, Anok?
Well, you're the ones with the eyes.
I'm certain everyone could use a rest before we proceed. A lot has happened, and we should take time to think things through.
Here's like 5,000 gil. There you go.
Come to think of it, none of us ever did get the chance to enjoy the carnival.
And?
It's possible everyone is still carrying on with it. I've never known a few explosions to dampen their spirits before. Still, I might go and check on them.
Coming, Anok?
Fine.
What's all that noise?
Sounds like a big hammer.
I suppose there's only one way to find out.
That's a lot of dwarfs.
Please calm down. It's a complicated situation, and even we are not fully... We ain't here for your excuses. Just admit it. This is all your fault. You let those things in through the tunnels. They knew you, and look what they did to the place. We don't care about whys and wherefores. We want to know how you plan to make amends.
We'll do everything we can, I swear, but... I don't think this is going anywhere good. The village is still in danger. No one wants to hear it from me, though. Please, can you speak to Elder Glack and make him understand?
Oh, that's his name! Or what?
And who might you be? Haven't seen your face around here before, or have I? I misplaced my spectacles some time ago. No matter, I'm here to investigate, not conversate. As the eldest elder, it falls to me to determine the truth of the rumors surrounding this disaster. The problem being, of course, that everyone here is stubborn as a diamond ingot. They all insist they know what's true, though you can be sure half of them are up to their eyeballs in ale at any given time. I need a second opinion, a sober opinion. Here, let me smell your breath. You'll do. Speak with the villagers, and think well on who has the right of it. Then I'll hear what you have to say.
This'll be Anok's fault, you hear? That girl never had an ounce of prudence. If only she were more like her brother. She ought to have left that machine graveyard well enough alone, but she insisted on barging in anyway, heedless of all danger. That's what happened, mark my words, and Anok had better answer for it. I didn't do it. Oh, Anok and Konok, you say? Yes, they did do it. It was them. And you. I heard you followed Anok into the machine graveyard. Heard it with my own 2 ears, I did. Everyone knows it too, so you'd better be prepared to pay. You want to know what I think? We're doomed. Doomed.
Excellent. Anok could have saved us from those things. I just know it. There ain't no way a clever girl like her wouldn't have found a way to fight him. If only that brother of hers weren't always holding her back. Wait, you're that outside, aren't you? Don't worry, I don't blame you. I can see you're the sort that knows how to take control of a situation. I'm sure you supported Anok as best you could. You, the collaborator. Well, don't think you can come crying to me now that it's all gone wrong. It's plain as day that Anok's the type to charge ahead without a care for who she might be getting mixed up in her troubles, and her brother ain't much better. Lolly, I knew we'd end up here someday, ho. It's hard to know where to place the blame. I understand why you followed along with Anok's plan, but if you all had been just a little more careful. So the fools still can't agree on which way is up. Wish I was surprised. Let's try putting it to a vote, eh? Maybe the ones pretending to know more about the matter than they really do will think twice about making asses of themselves so publicly. Can't none of you stitch your beards for half a moment? I'm asking you to raise your hands in an orderly fashion. This is hopeless. We're not getting anything useful from them. I'm not ruling out that one of these idiots accidentally has the right of it, but in your sober judgment, who's to blame? If you still ain't sure, you can try talking to everyone again, though I can't say I recommend it. Just make sure you don't take any detours past the ale casks until this is settled. Still passably sober, I see. Have you come to a conclusion?
It's complicated. Yeah, I think that's it. It's complicated.
Interesting. I'll take that under advisement.
Doomed!
Everyone, I stand before you to present my findings regarding culpability in the destruction that has befallen our village.
Please, wait, it's...
As I've said, blaming yourselves is pointless. This is my doing.
It's one of them! Run! Run for your lives!
Not exactly the smartest move to just hand the sword like that.
Are you defending us?
There's no benefit to petty arguments.
Wait. She says that, but I think it was kind of her to intervene.
Hey Coco, hope you're doing well. Sexy lady, run!
I'm sure she went to check on her friend, that other android, 9S. I'm going to go and talk to her. I appreciate your stepping in, but I don't want everyone to see you as the enemy. If you're going to talk to them now, we can explain.
That's not necessary. I'm leaving anyway. This is not over, for us or the machines. We didn't want to actually make the cutscene where she leaves with 9S. We didn't want to make it like an animation where she could actually carry him. So you have to imagine that part.
What are you thinking, 2B? I'm worried for Anok as well. She hasn't been herself since... well...
Yes?
If she's not here, she's probably drowning herself in work. Come on, we should check on her. She's not here. What is she doing? This isn't the time to be outside alone. We need to find her. I'll look around the village, but can you search the outskirts? No, Anok.
Didn't she just shrink him down and put him in her pocket, you know? Maybe if she has this kind of inventory, then probably. Magic school bus. Bleak. Wink. You see no sign of your despondent dwarven friend. Perhaps she wandered further afield. Look! It's the grey 2B! Uh-oh. Just a moment. But that's the classic. Pick this person up. Down in the pocket. carry this heavy, large thing. Pocket? You see no sign of your despondent dwarven friend. Perhaps you wandered further afield. Even further afield. Wah. It's a knocker. Though you have searched all of the likely places, Anok is not to be found. Perhaps Konok has some additional ideas. Eight to 10 monster cans. Those are some big work pockets, Coco. Anok isn't with you. What do I do? This is all because of us, and I don't know how to find her. Totally not suspicious? I'm not used to being alone. I'm literally right here. Here to see me? I appreciate it, but I'm afraid I don't have much to tell you. There's still no sign of Anok, and the villagers are... well, you know how they are. Can't blame them, really. 2P used us, she said as much, but we were the ones who allowed ourselves to be manipulated. I keep thinking about what we might have done differently. You can't change what you've done, but you can change what you do now. You're right. I have to fix this. Somehow. Or at least try. What are you lazing about here for, Kodok? Where's Anna? She's still up to no good, I bet, and run off before we could make her own up to it. Don't be ridiculous. Anok, she's what? Go on. Explain to us where exactly Anok is. Alright. Because I'll tell you where my wife is. She's at death's door because of the injuries she suffered in the attack. Even if she wakes up, she may never make a full recovery. So if you know what's good for you, you'll get out of this village before I do something we'll both regret. Yeah, I don't know either, Coco. I have to set it to live chat every single stream myself. Konok seems in dire need of comfort. Ah, now I feel better. Sorry, I really shouldn't be wallowing. I wish I could do something to help, for that man and his wife especially. But I don't know either of them well, and I doubt anyone is willing to talk to me now. I'll see what I can do, but you owe me. Double if anyone punches me in the face. I'll see. I'll ask around for you.
Really? Thank you. With a bit of luck, they'll open up to you. If there's anything I can do to make things better, anything at all.
Yes?
In the meantime, I'll find another way to make myself useful. It's not as if there's a shortage of rubble that needs clearing around here.
Look who it is. I hope you're not up to more mischief with Anok and Konok. A woman with severe injuries and an angry husband. Yes, I know who you mean. I doubt there's much to be done, but I won't stop you from trying. Those two have always been inseparable. I don't think I've ever seen them not holding hands. Can't imagine how he's feeling now that she's in such a state. You're friends with the poor dears, aren't you? The very best of friends, and how I long for those days we drank away without a care in the world. She's always loved the mead. We all did. It was good mead. That it was. There.
They talked to you, and no one got violent?
Shockingly, no.
Mead. I suppose we are dwarves, so maybe it's not such a terrible idea. But as far as I know, none of our stores survived the attack.
We could buy more in Stilltide.
Oh, if there's some available for purchase, I'd happily spend the coin. Can you show me the way?
I could go myself.
No, I insist. I've accompanied you to much more dangerous places before, and I assure you I won't be a burden, and I need to do this. I still have a few things to tidy away before I leave, so I'll meet you at the bridge in a bit.
To the bridge!
Why? There you are. Now, if you'll show me the way. Ah, the ladder. I've never used it before. This will be an adventure.
All the way over there. I have a feeling we'll have to go overtime to make the tower.
The view is different outside of the village. Maybe I can find the perspective I need.
Oh boy. This is like the definition of a filler quest. Or it feels like it. Try doing this without flight unlocked.
It's massive. How in the world did you get this moving? With a great deal of help. Well, go on. Tell me all about it.
Now?
I had no idea all of that happened in YoRHa. And the talus, marvelous. I wish I had your ability to bring out the best in people. Maybe then Caemmunity wouldn't be... Never mind. I thank you for your enlightening tale. And now, we descend.
You go on and do that. If the next step isn't still tied, I have no reason to do that.
Far be it from me to complain after having insisted upon accompanying you, but are we there yet? Eastward it is, then.
Oh, and now we just draw the rest of the owl, then. Okay. Did you get the teleport as well? Over there?
Deep breaths, Karnak. Just act natural. Confident. You can do this. Yeah!
Abandoned you. I took the teleport that someone else paid for.
Caetsu, good to see you. Who's your friend? He seems... eager? Lally ho! I would like some mead, please, ma'am.
It's okay. You can give the dwarf mead.
Well, I can't say no to one who asks so nicely, and any friend of Caetsu's is welcome here. I'll bring out our finest. Did you see? I did it! Ah, it feels so good to be working toward a goal again. Here we are. Thank you, ma'am. I think this should be sufficient payment. Let's hurry back. As exhilarating as this adventure has been, I want to make a gift of the meat right away.
I think this should be sufficient payment. That works. That's how that works, surely.
Would you like to come with me when I deliver the meat, I mean? Of course I will. I appreciate it. I admit that I'm a bit nervous, but this is my chance to help, if only in a small way, so I have to take it.
What happened to Ymir?
Excuse us, we wanted to offer up our best wishes, and my sincere apology as well. I know it doesn't come close to making up for what you've been through, but I brought you this. I thought that maybe you could share it later.
Go away. We don't want anything from you.
Oh.
All I want is for you to sod off so that me and my wife will never have to see you again.
I'm sorry. Connacht sounded to be in considerable distress. You had best follow him lest he come to harm.
It's a meat bottle.
The bottle of meat that Connacht had so earnestly wished would cheer the unfortunate couple now lies for... Wait, the bottle of meat that Connacht had so earnestly wished would cheer the unfortunate couple now lies forlorn.
Lolly, we've got another situation in our beer toe.
The chief?
Connacht just ran right past me toward the crater. I don't know about you, but I'd really rather not have him there by himself, especially not when he's so upset. I could hear the sobs from yalms away.
What's that all about? The villagers still blame him for all of it.
It's a tragic state of affairs all around.
The man you met, his wife was with child before her injury. Can't blame him for lashing out, given the circumstances.
But that doesn't mean Connacht deserves to take the brunt of it all. I'd consider it a personal favor if you'd find him and tell him so. Another personal favor at any rate. He's not the most athletic dwarf I've ever met, so with any luck he won't have gotten far while we've been talking. I'll go and have a word with certain folks in the village, see if we can't repair some of the damage that's been done.
Hey girl, hope you're doing well. Yeah, there's a lot of cutscenes. In the crater. Okay. Is the story any good? I don't know, I think it's nice. Any other opinions in the chat? Find no sign of the dwarf you seek, a state of affairs that you are becoming all too familiar with. Yeah, that's also true. Erdel mentions at the very end there is a 4-week-long token farm to see the very end, which is annoying, and I don't think we'll see that, unfortunately. On the purpose of the bunker archived. Yeah, the story is really long for those 3 raids, but I mean... Yeah, there's like a weekly quest you can do, Gleaming. And it unlocks a little bit more of story. It's like an actual ending, you could say.
Like, I just want to remind you that we started 4.5 hours ago. And we've done 2 of the raids. So, in 4.5... YoRHa unit report 2 archived. In the 4.5 hours, we've, like, spent about an hour actually fighting things, right? Well, Gleaming, something that is worth considering is that those weeklies are not related to the Alliance raids. Those are just, you go and do a thing every week. So you don't have to sit through those queues again and again and again. You've still to see so much as a wisp of beard disappearing around the corner. Connacht must be further down. Oh, whoops, there's a box. There's 2 boxes and I don't think I can get back up now. There's 3 boxes. No! Well, oh well. It isn't that important. It's just if they're there, I would like to grab them. They're really getting their money's worth out of these long hallways, huh? I don't feel like they were this long when there were mobs in them. Minikai and the hallway of longness. Yeah. Sounds about right. It's a giant mochi ball. Or like a huge blob of beard that has just like been collected over years and just been mushed together to make this. Anok.
Anok, look over here. Don't run off, Karnok. It's dangerous. Let your big sister take the lead.
Aren't they twins? Also, I thought Anok was the reckless one. That's true, Gleaming, but still though.
Wah! Wicked White! Karnok, move!
Depression obtained. Wait.
Anok? Anok, are you down there? I'm coming!
What confuses me about this cutscene is, last we saw Anok, she was completely down and depressed. And Konok, last we saw him, he was completely down and depressed. And, like, this doesn't feel, like, related to that, so it's a little weird. Like, what happened?
Anok, answer me!
Unless this happened long before. Ymir says this happened earlier. There you go.
No.
Look, it's the mochi ball! Yum!
Anok, are you behind this thing? Anok, please, say something.
I can't read that. White orb says PlayStation's controller symbols.
What?
Your mochi ball evolves into...
Copy Anok, maybe?
Dwarf Facsimile. Also speaking in PlayStation controller symbols.
Anok, it's you. Isn't it?
Loading Anog.
No.
It's fake Nog. And not even a not. Enocht. Oh, Ymir, I know our Echo only looks into the past, which is why I was like, if this just happened, how? But given that the logic is, oh, the Anok we met through this entire quest line has always been a fake. The reason why Konok has always been the careful one is because he had this experience and is now extra protective of Anok, who doesn't care because it's not even Anok to begin with. It had a very specific project to finish and just had to convince everyone around it that it made sense. And Konok just had to say something. Connacht. I think Anok may be... How do you know? How did you even know about back when she... Never mind. It doesn't matter. Anok is what matters. Anok, she... I know, but you can't stay here. Fine. I don't think Minfilia was Thancred's sister. But I'm guessing you were trying to make a joke. Sorry, I'm fine. Everything's fine. Anok is secretly too Lala. Maybe too L even. I wonder if we're there yet. Tell me you found him. Well, there's a story. What's the matter? I'm afraid something has happened to Anok. She fell from a cliff, you say? And then when she reappeared from this orb, mochi ball, thank you, there wasn't a scratch on her. I admit that sounds bad, but I found those two in these very tunnels myself, years ago. They were a pair of troublemakers since the start, and they've always been a little strange, to be sure. They have good hearts, though, both of them. Anok's too headstrong to let a little tumble keep her down, and I'm certain she'll be back with us before you know it. As for the orb, I haven't the slightest idea, so don't you go prodding it, and keep it quiet for now. We may not be able to keep Connacht from dashing off again later, but we can preserve the peace for now. Lally, I may have been too optimistic, Ho Caetsu. The fact that the villagers are still nursing a grudge doesn't surprise me. Not that I haven't tried to make them think better of it, but why hasn't Anok come back and given them what for yet? It ain't like her to fret over what people think. Then there's Connacht. I was worried he'd go chasing after her again. Which is why I'm even more worried that he's been shut up in the tunnels this whole time. Chief, someone said. We need to clear the rubble so that we can start digging again, but the others won't stop bickering about whose job it is, not even when I threaten to boot them clear into the sea. I'll be right there. 2 boots are better than 1, as they say. Ah! How about 3? Looks like I have other business to take care of. Not that I was having much luck here. Can you check on Connacht in my stead? What with Anok gone and the villagers treating him like he's got the blight, he could do with a reminder that not everyone has abandoned him. And who's to say, maybe one of your tales of adventure will cheer him up. Or scar him for life.
I'm sure whatever you come up with will be fine. Probably. And let me know how he's doing, alright? Even if he doesn't want to talk to me, I want him to have the help he needs, so.
Here's a pittance. Good job. Gleaming says, I just went into Cerberus's belly by myself, followed by the rest of my party dying since they weren't small. You're right. Some people just don't know how to get in there. Exactly. The dungeon, like the encounter never explains how to get in there, so it makes perfect sense people wouldn't know. Like, when you see when we're doing dailies Hangout streams that we usually get like 8 or even 10 people into the belly, as far as I know, that's the exception. Like, because I'm here peddling everyone, get into the belly, do the thing, I'll tell you how, we usually land our group in the belly. And then there's like 3 other people that do it naturally in the other alliances.
Konok is radiating an uncommon amount of heat. The many layers insulating his head probably aren't helping.
Or scar him for life,
Minikai said with a smile.
Did you put your name in the goblet?
Did you put your name in the goblet of fire, Harry?
Dumbledore said calmly.
What?
You collapsed is what? You need rest.
No, I'm fine. Got to find Anok.
Anok wouldn't want you running after her in this state. I like fiery bees.
Anok, I'm...
Yes, let's leave Konok alone right now. That is a great idea. Let's do that. VX says, last time I got this, we had a main tank explaining every mechanic and not doing any of them. That is incredibly ironic. Like, extremely ironic. Right, so what you do on this boss is so and so and so. Oh, I don't plan on doing it. Are you crazy? If only there was a way to restore his vitality. What do you mean use it sooner? It doesn't work on story illnesses. It's not a debuff.
Konok collapsed? We need to do something about that fever. I think some of my wife's supply of remedies survived. I'll go and see. You keep an eye on Konok.
Oh, and here we are. And Konok's gone. Who would have thought?
Wicked White, where did he go? Gee, I don't know. I know he wanted to search for Anok, but how did he even make it out of here?
Willpower and hubris?
Damn it all. Let's go, quickly.
Couldn't we have gotten 2B to watch over him or something?
Who's there?
You.
I'm a mochi ball with legs!
blop, 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 blop. We should ask around, find out if anyone saw him go past. Not that I expect they'll be too inclined to help. Still, any lead is better than none at all. I'll speak with my miners. You talk to whoever else. No, I haven't seen Connacht leaving the village. Why? Finally realized he's no good to us and left, did he? But without him or Anok, who's going to be held responsible for what happened? Their collaborator here for one. Listen, outsider, I'm sure you thought you were helping, but... Now we're doomed! Now Connacht's missing too. We're dropping dwarves like ale from a leaky cask. Well, I hope you find him. The matter of culpability is still unsettled, and I'll never get the villagers to agree on what's what if the most guilty-looking parties up and vanish. A search for Connacht, you see. That can't be easy. Those twins aren't really the sort to stand still. Wish I could help, but I haven't seen anything out of the ordinary. Not more than usual at any rate. Certainly no fever-addled dwarves. Just making 2B watch over boys is always a bad idea. I mean, she's watching over one. What's another one? Lolly, I thought I'd never escape. Ho! Who knew that questioning every miner in Comra could be so time-consuming? I hope you weren't waiting too long. Did you learn anything useful? Wish I could say I was surprised. My lot also had some difficulty focusing on the immediate issue, but one of them did see Connacht. It sounds like it was wandering in the direction of the crater. Again, we should search the area. Again. You know, Kokuchi, the thing is that it's not entirely clear. It's never really explained, so you just have to guess if no one says it. About Cerberus's belly. What's that big wheel? What's that big wheel? Some kind of machine? An enemy stronghold? Well, that doesn't sound good, though I'm still more concerned about where Connacht might have gone. Perhaps I should have mentioned where exactly I found him last time. You think he's inside? He's probably not alone. Here we go again. Ah, the color of depression! And the voice of no return. If you're ready to face whatever's in there, then let's get this over with. The longer we wait, the more I worry. If anything in there needs killing, I can handle it myself. I'm coming with you. I'll leave the dangerous bits to you, but I can't stand by and do nothing. Not anymore. I need to make sure he's safe. Please. Hey, Shohei. My favorite tank? I play warrior the most, but I also, I enjoy playing all 4 tanks, but I do play warrior the most. Do we have to go all the way back to where we were? Oh, man.
That's really annoying, actually. That's a little annoying to say the least. A little to very annoying, like somewhere in the middle. Why? Is Dark Knight hard to play? I mean, I would rank it as one of the harder tanks. Paladin and Warrior tend to be the easier tanks, and Dark Knight and Gunbreaker are the two harder tanks, depending on what kind of content. One might be even harder. That's true, Mewells. That is true. Then I can get the boxes that I missed, and also this box. YoRHa Unit 1, Unit Report 1 archived. Yeah, if you're considering what tank you should start with, Shoei, you can start with whichever one you want. I do recommend, if you start with a higher level one like Gunbreaker, to like start with lower level content first to practice with, if you have never played a tank before, for example. But otherwise, you can start with whichever one you want. By the time that Dark Knight, for example, actually gets really hard, you might have grown into the position, so to speak. Like, you will have learned to play it. But longing archived, it will probably be a lot harder than Warrior and Paladin, even when you've mastered it. At least in my opinion. Save machine lifeform data 4 archived. I mean, choose one that you like, because the thing is, if you choose one that you think looks interesting and you like think looks cool to play, you're probably likely to play it more and learn more, which will ultimately make it easier. Save machine lifeform data 3 archived. Saved machine lifeform data 2 archived. But if every job looks cool, well, then you have the fortunate reality that you can actually unlock all of them. And play all of them. See, I had a feeling there would be a box in this room. White-garbed YoRHa units data log archived. I had a feeling, but I just couldn't be bothered because we lost the 3 other boxes. So I hope you're all having a wonderful evening. Welcome to Puppet's Bunker. Joy says I'm leveling Dark Knight right now, but I heard Dark Knight is quite hard to play. I'm scared. At max level, Dark Knight is probably significantly harder to play than Warrior and Paladin. But it depends on what content you're aiming for. If you want to be a Savage Raider, then Dark Knight is definitely a significantly harder job to play well, like to maximum capacity. But if you're mostly playing casual content, the thing that Dark Knight has is a lot of buttons to press. But you can play it just fine. It'll just have a much higher, like a lot more head space to master. Like there's more things to learn, you could say. Saved message history archived. So if you're mostly into casual content, then it's fine. If you're like, I think I want to be savage raiding, then Dark Knight is definitely really hard to play. Optimally. But I'm sure you can learn it. If you think it's the coolest tank to play Shoei, then don't let that deter you. Give it a chance, try it. Maybe you lose interest eventually, and that's that. But have fun with it now.
Sorry for the lagging behind. Have to keep reminding myself not to get distracted. To tell the truth, I'm starting to understand the intrigue. You said that the place you found Connacht before is through here.
Hey, Gensen.
Connacht!
The mochi ball is glowing now. Uh-oh. Well, we were actually on our way out, so... Beings of this world, watch closely. I got this.
There's no time. Destroy the sphere, quickly!
Just try eating them. Maybe they're mochi. Actually, they're reeing at me, so I'm not so confident anymore. Is she also reeing? Oh. And now we don't even have any mochi. Oh, man. This is bad. We have to get out. They made a tower. I sure wonder what they'll call it.
Damn it, we're too late.
I feel I'm owed several explanations. It's called Heaven on High.
I know you're confused, but there's no time. We must destroy that sphere. Two-piece plans are already in motion. And this whole world will be consumed.
We won't let that happen. Alright, Wolf's Den Pierre music. You've waited all evening, but it's time. Finally, it's time. Come on down. We won't let that happen. We came to save this world, and now we have a debt to repay. You saved 9S after all. And there's still so much here we haven't seen, right, 2B? Focus on the mission. Right. Leave it to us. It'll take everything we've got to stop them. I believe we can succeed, but we'll need your help. Be ready. I'd feel weird if you weren't ordering me around. Duly noted. I'm sorry, Chief. Can you look after Connaught? You're sorry? Yes, of course. I'll take care of it. I'll carry him back and make sure he rests. You look after yourself now, and tell me what all of this is about later. We make for the tower. Shuhei, generally it's either Gunbreaker that is the hardest or Dark Knight that is the hardest, depending on what things you find more difficult. They're very close. The general consensus is that Gunbreaker is the hardest, but some people do believe that Dark Knight is harder, depending on what it is you're looking at. If you want a tank that is not too hard and not too easy, then the problem is that, in my opinion, we have 2 tanks that are really easy and 2 tanks that are really hard, like comparatively. So if you want something that is on the easier side, I would recommend Warrior or Paladin. If you want something on the harder side, I would recommend Dark Knight or Gunbreaker. But if you're already invested in Dark Knight, start with that. Maybe you'll like it. Maybe you find something you don't like, and then you can take it from there. Right, so now we've finally reached Tower Paradigm's Breach. Is there anyone that wants to come along that does not have a party? Because we have 2 spaces in my group. But it does look like we have 2 groups, right? A 4-man group and a 6-man group, is that right? Is Ross ready yet? Malice is not in any party. Well... Alright, I will queue us when the Eorzea time is 7:15. Gimme is free. We're missing a healer. Abort. I'm not queuing. Not queuing. I'm queuing at 7:30. Don't change anything now, Rust. Someone else did. Don't change anything. Abort again. Abort again. Cancel. I hope you didn't get a queue. One of your party members does not meet the requirements for this duty. Does everyone have Tower Paradigm's Breach unlocked? And does everyone meet the 495 item level requirement? Rust is slightly below. Let me know when, Rust. Is this guy's harem? I don't know. Maybe. You'll have to ask them. You'll have to ask them. We're just making the 2B hour ranges. That's what we're making. Zarina, are you there? Okay, we're going at 8:20. We'll at least attempt again. There you go. I can't remember how much cutscene there is at the end, but at least we managed to enter the queue within the normal stream times. "30-minute queue. We already have all the tanks and a majority of the healers and the majority of the DPS. I think we might be fine." Yep, actually, part of the story, as some of you may recall, we did not have a Smol Kai last week. Part of the reason for that is that the only day I would actually be able to do that, because of like holiday stuff, was the Monday, and I concluded that that Monday there was probably not enough people to even like. We wouldn't be able to get the queues in. People would be busy with, you know, real life stuff. So that was part of the reason why. And there was also just the fact that I felt that I was already pressed for time with other things. But that was part of the reason that it just wouldn't happen with Nier Raid. I don't think. But it looks like we can get it to work this time. We might eventually be able to get the those weekly quests for the Nier Raid story ending done. If I remember to do them each week, then we could get that done. Monday was Boxing Day. Oh, I meant Monday last week. But it would have been perfect for collecting boxes. That's true. Hey Zeke, hope you're doing well. That would have been perfect for just collecting boxes in Puppet's Bunker. Yeah, it would have been Monday a whole week prior to that. We're actually pretty close. But then the raid itself takes like 40 minutes, if I remember correctly, so... There's the AoE magnet. There it is. But yeah, we're almost there. We just lost a DPS in the queue. Oh well. But it isn't even... It is certainly not the first or the last time that... we will have to go overtime to finish the story. I believe with the Eden raid, we went at least a full hour overtime, if not 2. I know it was at least 1. Because Coco is in Colusia. Exactly, I mean, the last Smol Kai we ended at like... Was it 1 hour past? Ross says, what is Eden Raid gear item level? The normal raid, I believe, is 510, and Towered Paradigm's Breach is 520, and the Crypt Lurker gear is 530, so, you know. Gazel says, I can find 7 Smol Kai streams that are longer than 7 hours. Well, there you go. Wow, this looks kind of epic with this many people in all those bright colors. Oh no, a stop sign. We've never encountered one of these before. Also, that is an interesting run cycle. And here we are. We're in the internet. You didn't expect it to be this bland, did you? $901p. Wham! Looks like one person got hit. That's pretty good. Good night, Coco. Hey, Jeff. Hope you're doing well. I mean, it's not so bad. It would been had. Well then, it would have been even more bad if. It would have been less bad if I was more acquainted with playing Astrologian. It's not exactly my favorite healer to play on my own, on my main. So the skill might be a bit lacking. Ow. Thank you. I think I lost a card. It was a bit difficult because there was a lot of AoEs around me, so I couldn't really move much, it felt like. And at the same time, I had orbs flying at me. And then I got vulnerability stacks and then I died. Oh well. It happens. Is there a reason you're mainly going to roulettes as Astrologian, Angel? Astrologian is fun. Well, that is a really good reason, actually. And I mean that genuinely. I've said that before. That was also what I said with Shohei was asking about Dark Knight. Was my main suggestion was like, play it if you like it. That's ultimately like, if you're interested in Dark Knight, then play Dark Knight. I think it's kind of funny that they just place 2B out there just wildly swinging the sword like that. I don't think I'll make this. Nope. I could have just taken the laser beam and lived that. I tried to click sprint and I apparently didn't do it. So that didn't help either. I'm normally not this bad at this fight. But, on the bright side, I died with a lot of MP recovery tools available. kind of, Kokuchi. It's just normally not a problem for me. So... I was just very focused on doing a lot of things at once, so I didn't notice that sprint didn't actually activate. I was like, why am I not running fast? But it is true that that's kind of a thing, that sprint doesn't really spell queue in the same way. I know some players choose to, instead of using the sprint button as it is, they make a sprint macro, you know, like this, right? Where it's just M icon sprint, and then just AC sprint repeatedly, because they find that that's more responsive than the actual sprint button. I don't know. I feel it's mostly fine. Like, this is the first time I can even remember that I've accidentally missed it. So, depends on what you feel like you need. But you could do that. You could try that. That got a little scary. A lot of people just going at it. Smash the barrier. Random phoenix among all the dragons. I suppose that stuff happens if you have a lot of summoners dying. That you have just randomly off summons. Happens. But I mean, that could be pretty good. Then you, like, if you could just stagger out the Phoenix casts so that everyone gets a little bit, like a bit like staggering the Searing Lights, like we were trying to do earlier in the stream. A lot of chaos in this fight, that's for certain. You know what the weirdest part about that is, Cole? That I noticed when they when Endwalker came out, that the bosses suddenly started living way longer, which I chalked up to either being because the bosses weren't like when there was the stat squish that happened with Endwalker's release, maybe the bosses weren't adjusted properly, so they had more HP than they should. Or the alternative, which, given that it seems to have, like, fixed itself over time, the more likely reality is that good players, just like the best players that would, you know, do it weekly, like this one every week for the currency they needed, stopped doing it. So the average skill level dropped a bit. Which led to the fights taking way longer. And what I mean by that is that I genuinely have seen mechanics in Endwalker, in these Nier Raids, that I never saw when the content was current. Ever. Like mechanic combinations because the bosses last so long. Welcome back, 11. Yeah, that's also a good point, by the way, Cole. Cole says with 70 raids have punishing mechanics, but the bosses die really fast. This is actually an interesting comparison to the current raid tier. The current alliance raids of Endwalker is that a lot of people, and I've talked about this before, but a lot of people complained that the final boss, the final tier in that raid series, Thalaya, is too easy. Where the reason why that might be is because, many of the bosses in the 2 previous steps used underhanded tactics. Like, in Thalaya, most of the bosses don't really, not to the same extent, not nearly to the same extent, do they do shenanigans like pushing people off the arena and stuff like that. Whereas the first 2 did it all the time, or often at least, and had extremely brutal, punishing mechanics, at least in my experience. And because the final one was, playing more fairly, people felt that it was easier. Which I think was really funny. So I suppose that is somewhat similar. Oh, there's the pains of maiming that Ymir wants. That bosses that are really punishing, even if they're really punishing, that doesn't change the fact that they'll still, in retrospect, feel easy if they die fast, as Cole says. Oh yeah, the Ivalice raids have really punishing mechanics, but the bosses die really fast. Duel will be legendary. Dead. Now we're going back into the internet. That must be really difficult to make a guide on an old Alliance raid and go, oh yeah, technically there are these mechanics. We'll probably never see them, but I mean, technically they exist, I guess. But yeah, part of the problem there is also that in alliance raids, even newer alliance raids, most of the mechanics you actually need to worry about are straightforward enough that you typically don't need a guide for them. It's in, like, if they're not clear, there's usually like 1 or 2 players in the raid that will sometimes try and explain it. Like a particular example is in the Shadow of Mars series, where there's the boss with the zombie mechanic, where, like, I mean, you might wipe to it, but usually there might be a guy that'll just explain to you what you're supposed to do about it, and then you know for next time. But I can absolutely see why those kinds of guides will be really awkward. What about the math boss? People don't know how to math while playing Final Fantasy XIV. You know, the weirdest part about that is that there are papers on the way to Construct 7 that talk about exactly the numbers you need to know. Like, the boss will only ever ask you about multiples of 3s, multiples of 4s, and primes. He might also ask about multiples of 5s, but I don't think he does. And there's papers on the way to the boss that straight up say, oh yeah, multiples of 4s, them are these. Multiples of 3s are these. So, like, if you can just memorize those, you don't even need to do math. Sometimes I wish we had time to read the papers in this game. Oh, yeah, that is of course a good counterpoint to that. Ask a bard player about multiples of 3s. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. This, I feel like, is always the boss that really pushes the alliance raid to the brink. Because this hurts so much. Like, wow. Oh, double kill! When you see her face, it causes extreme pain. You know, I actually remember when I saw that thing happen, when I did this raid for the first time. I remember I was playing with some friends. We did it together. And I was, like, cry laughing because it was such a shock. It's so funny. You'll know what I mean. Other good scenarios that happened from then, back then. Unfortunately, we didn't record or stream it, but on the first boss, there was someone chasing me with one of the spread markers in that bit where there's line AoEs coming, and I was just exclaiming, like, "Stop following me!" While someone is just chasing me down with one because they were looking for a safe spot. Now that was great. Is this the information? What? Yeah, that is true, Gleaming, that having the solution on those, like, paper slips is, like, I suppose it's better than nothing, but we can probably agree that it's not that helpful when you can't even find time to read them. We did it! We hacked good. We're Hacker Man. The master hacker. Oh yeah, tip for this. Your sprint is still active if it's not run out. So you will die if you don't manually cancel your sprint. When this chain thing happens, of course. Malice says, what was that? I think it's a reference to how the hacking minigame in Nier actually works, or something like that. Could you imagine if Expedient was at this level? That would be not just a little bit of trolling. Yikes. Ah, that's convenient. Ugh. Isn't there supposed to be more of the... Right, I was like, you think of this mechanic. We have a strong... I think we have pretty good damage. Normally that mechanic actually resolves, as far as I know. We leveled up to 82. Level 82. Which gives us better damage. The Gravity 2 animation is very cool. I think if there's anyone that dislikes it, I think it's more because of how iconic the Gravity 1 sound is, and Gravity 2 changes that. But I think they're both great. Oh boy. And line AoE. And that's a line. And that's a line. It's a cross. And that's a line. And this is a... Okay, same pattern. Incredible. Very creative. Now that's a little bit more interesting. Nice, look at the Magi. So do you plan to level all of your healers in YoRHa? How about some more orbs? It's orbing time. The next step from morbing time. Yeah, exactly. You know, that's fair. Look at Magi. Astrologian isn't for everyone. Some like it, some don't. And that's just how it is. That face. It's just always funny. Kukuchu says, how do you feel about the astrologian changes coming? I'm nervous about it. I don't know. I've talked about this before. I think what's going to happen is either they're going to double down on the randomness and actually like really try to make a random job, or they're going to completely get rid of the randomness in the job to like make it consistent. And I think the unfortunate reality is that it is more likely that we will get a more, like, less RNG astrologian, and I have a feeling that a lot of astrologians are not going to like that. That's my best bet on what's going to happen. What I hope happens is that whatever astrologian turns into is something that the actual astrologian mains like. Don't really care about whether it attracts new astrologian players, because there's so many options. But there's only that one astrologian, right? So those that chose to go all in on it, they are there, right? They deserve to have the job that they like. Oh, well, here we go, apparently. Xanadu says about how about the Dragoon changes? Same deal as far as I'm concerned, is that I hope whatever we get is something that the actual Dragoon mains like. Beyond that, I don't really mind. I have a feeling, my guess, once again, is I could imagine that they might make them have less buffs. Like maybe they'll remove Dragon Sight. Maybe they'll combine Dragon Sight and Lance Charge in some way, so that they have a little bit less to keep track of. I could also imagine that they would change how the Life of the Dragon features work entirely, because that feels really janky as well. But I don't know. Make them floor tank better. Maybe they'll get like a trait that makes it so that the first time they die, they just stand back up. No more floor tanking. Now you stay alive. Yeah, exactly, look at the Magi. Something like that. Maybe they just make Lance Charge upgrade into Dragon Sight, for example. But then again, they don't want any sort of raid buffs on less than 2-minute cooldown, so maybe Dragon Sight is just better Lance Charge and doesn't share with anyone. And my source on the they don't want any raid buffs on less than 2-minute cooldown is of course that, well, Ninja lost Trick Attack as a raid buff, didn't they? There's also the part that throughout Endwalker and I think late Shadowbringers, Dragon Sight lost its beam to its target and lost the thing where you had to stay near, and the range of it was made gigantic. So like everything that made Dragon Sight special beyond, I mean it's technically a buff you can share with someone, was removed. So it wouldn't surprise me at all if they decided maybe we should just remove Dragon Sight. But that's just one example of what they could do. By the way, it's time to throw a building. Are you ready? Whee! Yeah, you probably didn't expect that when you went into a Nier Raid, to get thrown by a building actively being thrown. How about the train signals? Did you expect that? Isn't that the Square Enix building? Is it? Because that would be absolutely hilarious if true. But yeah, in regards to both Dragoon and Astrologian, given that I don't main them, I don't have like a specific wish list. You could say like the closest I get to a wish list for Dragoon would be like, I think it would be nice if jumps were made like GCDs and more significant than just, you know, a random thing you use on cooldown. Which is what it feels like right now. But I don't play the job, so like as far as I'm concerned, I'm pretty sure that that Dragoon mains, some Dragoon mains might say, no, I like it the way it is. I don't want to change it. I want my 10-step combo sequence with no interruptions. I like it that way, which is fair. Ajibasta says Kai doesn't main Astrologian. Smol Kai, on the other hand, actually, Smol Kai is actually a Dragoon main. If you judge it by what jobs she has, like, leveled and geared, she's technically a Dragoon main. The only jobs Smol Kai has is Dragoon at I-640, Black Mage at I-560, and Astrologian that is currently being leveled. And once we've finished with this side quest, we are leveling Dark Knight. So, oh, did you get squished? But yeah, the reason why Smol Kai has such different jobs than what I normally play is because Smol Kai's job choices are based on member votes. And not based on what I want to play. Nope, line AoE on somewhere. Difficult to see how it was turning. On a lighter note. Oh, it's on me. The excess, apparently it is the Square Enix building. That is really funny that they just randomly have the boss throw the Square Enix building at you. Why not? Right? Why not? Poof! It's Stoneface, Smol Kai. Whoops. I don't want any of these things. I'll just exit. Good luck, Kokochu! We can't let it keep opening. Back me up here, 2B. Laser! Zoom. They're spamming it with pop-ups. No, not pop-ups. It takes my RAM. What are you doing? I'll help you from the other side. It's my Smash Bros. Invitation. Take care of Connacht. A new challenger approaches. Smol Caetsu. It's kinda windy, isn't it? Alert. Unit 2B and 9S vital systems offline. Save data found in memory regions. Initiating playback. This is YoRHa Unit 2B recording. We discovered that our enemies, the white-clothed androids, the tower, that colossal girl, came from that white orb, as did 9S and I. It's a gate between worlds, and its purpose is to destroy this one. As long as 9S and I are on this side, it can never be closed. We have to go. But we'll save the memories of our reunion, and of the time we spent in this world with you. Some things are just too precious to lose. So, thank you. Playback ended. Do we have to send the pod as well? I guess we do. So the Mochi Ball was the villain all along. The Mochi was the bad guy. Who would have expected that? The Mochi was expired. Oh, that's why. Lolly, that scared the shite out of me, I-O. The tower just up and disappeared. It sort of folded in on itself in the blink of an eye. Glad to see that you're safe, though. Alright, that was that. Bye-bye. So, what happened in there? Well, I won't pretend I understood half of that. Can't say metaphysics is my area of expertise. Still, I knew that those androids in white and their weird orb were trouble. And you're saying that you gave them what for, so they won't be coming back, which is good. Right? Glad to hear it. Thanks for risking your neck for us. Weird that we didn't call on any scions or anything for this. Where's Anok, though? And your android friends, for that matter. Seems like they should have come back with you. I'm sorry. No, she... But why? It just don't seem fair. I was holding out hope, you know, that everyone would be fine and life would go back to normal. I should have known better, sure, but
Someone will need to tell the villagers. Again. As for Konok, can you speak with him? I managed to talk him out of running back in there as soon as he woke up, but this... It might be better coming from you. Or maybe I'm just a coward. I got a big heal. Depression accepted. New item unlocked.
You're back, but where's everyone else? No, she can't be gone. She wouldn't leave me forever. Because if she did, there'd be no one left who...
I have a Smash Bros. Invitation, though. A letter from Anok.
This is very smushed. Konok, I've been to another world. I've seen it. What does she mean? The world, they're constructs. That's hardly a reason to run off on her own. She could have... I would have... I have something I need to do, so... That watch belongs to the chief's wife. I found it when I was clearing rubble earlier. It was broken, but I went ahead and fixed it. She'd probably like it back, so can you give it to the chief for me? Wouldn't they be happier if you delivered it yourself?
That's a little weird when you're really short.
I can't. I need to. Never mind. I'm sorry.
I appreciate all that you've done for us. If only I was as strong as you are.
Maybe someday.
Miek asks, will you do the post-raid content? It's time-gated though. You could do one a week. Earlier I did mention that I might try to do that. But we can't do it all now anyway. So maybe if I remember to check back on it, we might eventually get it piecemeal, right? But it won't be the same because it'll never be collected in this specific stream. So if someone was interested in seeing the whole thing collectively, then it would be like spread out over several weeks. How did it go? Something for the missus? A treasured heirloom belonging to the chief's wife, kindly repaired by Konok.
Wicked White, we thought this was gone for good. She'll be glad to have it back. It's all she has left of her parents. Why didn't Konok come in person, though? He must know we'd want to thank him. No, not him too. It seems that you once again have cause to comfort a distraught dwarf.
We keep just leaving him here. It's really dumb. He left a letter of farewell. He's gone. I wish I could have done something. Anything. We've lost them both, and it's our own fault. We drove them to this. This can't be right. What is right in the end? I don't know, but this ain't it. The villagers need to understand that we can't keep on like this. They might be better listeners now that they don't have to live in fear anymore, if they can believe that's the case, that is. Would you mind sticking around? It'll seem more credible coming from the both of us. How much does this position pay? I'm here for as long as you need me. I knew you'd be. You're always willing to do what needs doing. I'm ready to do my part too. Wait here. Oh boy, my favorite activity. Waiting on a cast bar. Exactly, I mean, I feel like this keeps happening. And we just go, oh, you're not doing too well. I'll find someone to help. And then we come back, oh, you're gone. Shocking. Now that you're all here, I have an important announcement. Caetsu has put an end to those machines and their plot. That means the danger's past, but more importantly, that it's time we look to the future. We'll need to come together. Hold your iron, frogs. Even if those things are gone, this ain't over. The culprit needs to be brought to justice. How can you expect people to move forward if we don't set an example?
That's right. We want to see consequences. Death. Mutilation.
Do you really? We need to talk them down, or we'll never get anywhere with this. Bloodthirsty bastards. Hey Lemon, hope you're doing well. You only need to do what Glag says, right? Then he won't blame me, and whatever happens, it won't be my fault. No, this is a choice you must make yourself. But then it'll be my responsibility, no matter what happens. Someone else should be the one.
The sooner we do away with the culprit, the sooner we can all relax. You know I'm right. Glag thinks so too.
You'd change your tune if the finger were pointed at you.
You wouldn't dare accuse me. Everyone knows I'm innocent, do they? Don't they?
All we need is one or two people to take the blame, and then the rest of us can get back to our normal lives. Are you planning to volunteer? Why should I? I've done nothing wrong. Not a single thing. Justice should be swift and decisive, I say. Nothing so satisfying as the headman's axe coming down. And if it comes down on the wrong person? At least we'll be able to put this mess behind us. Forget the whole thing. I can't think about it anymore. I just can't. The most prudent course is to cooperate with Glag and rid the village of the guilty party. Then everything will be as it was. Is it really prudent to follow harm with cruelty? If it weren't, Glag wouldn't have suggested it. He's the elder, he knows how these things work. If not, then... No, don't be ridiculous. Yeah, that's how it works. The oldest person always knows best. That's how it works, everyone. Right? Right? Totally. Well, they've settled down a bit, at least. Thanks for that. Still sober, eh? Then I'll ask, what do you reckon we should do? Stop this before it's too late. Whatever doesn't involve me hearing everyone's opinions again. How should I know better than any of you? Stop this before it's too late.
Maybe the outsider's right. We'll never agree on who should take the blame for the attack, which means the real problem is Glag.
I did feel a lot more confident before he started telling us to listen to other perspectives. He's been trying to turn us against each other, but he's the elder here. Shouldn't he have seen our village's fiery destruction by skybound machines coming? What? No! No one could have foreseen this, no matter how wise they are, or how hard they try. No one's right every time. We've all made mistakes here, believe me. Anog, Konog, Glag, the whole lot of you, and me, all of us. We failed each other.
Alas, there he goes again. Eleven says, wasn't the second option the Lalafell option? I don't know. I don't know if it offers something else for other races. I can't remember. I just chose the one that I felt was the most right. Ah, it's the Council. The Council of Chairs.
Lolly, sorry you had to see that, ho. I may not be cut out for public speaking. I won't give up on putting Comra back together, though, in whatever way I can. I don't know what we should have done, but there's nothing for it but to try and do better, day by day, moment by moment.
Need some help with that? Of course you do.
I admit, I feel better knowing you'll be around.
Pardon me, someone says from off screen.
I was thinking about what you said, and I realized I probably haven't been the most helpful.
Doomsaying? I don't know what you mean.
I'm choosing to try harder from now on, so if you need another pair of hands...
You're more than welcome to join us.
Oh, I'd say we're all past due for a little breather. After all that's happened, take a rest. Chief's orders.
Understood. I'll be just over there, then, with my thoughts. Yes, not a problem.
He's a little odd, but he's got the spirit. I look forward to putting the both of you to work, at your earliest convenience, of course. Lolly, thanks again for offering to help us rebuild our village, oh. So, are you rested and ready to begin the work? There's no time like the present. Wonderful. I can't tell you how reassuring it is to have you with us. Now, to begin with, we need to discuss how we're going to tackle our task. If you could join our nervous friend over there, I'll be along after I see to some preparation.
Ah! It's come! My doom has come! Doom! Oh, it's just you. Sorry. Force of habit. So, is it time? To rebuild, that is.
Everyone's here. Good. Let's get right to it. I have an idea that I want to run by the two of you. Well, then you have to run. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3. Shoo. Exactly, Lemon. Ali, subscribe to Caetsu Chaiji channel for more streams like this, ho. Exactly. In order to rebuild, we're going to need lots of supplies and willing hands, neither of which we have a whole heap of at the moment. But then I thought, what if we availed ourselves of the technology used by the machines? With the wealth of parts they left behind, we have all the materials we need to rebuild and upgrade our automata to do the work. Not only would it be practical, since we'd be using the force behind our destruction for our salvation, it's also poetic. For your part in this, Caetsu, I'd ask you to venture into the tunnels and gather those items what might be useful. Whatever you find, you can bring to our friend here. He'll examine the objects to see how they might be put to use. And that's about it. So, what do you think? Sounds like a plan. Good, good. With this, the rebuilding can finally commence. We'll prove to everyone that you can't keep us dwarves down, except maybe with copious amounts of grog. That's been an issue historically. Well, I'll best be getting back to my post. Without someone breathing down their necks, our miners are liable to stand around with their thumbs up their asses. If you have any questions, you can direct them at our friend here.
Between you and me,
We're probably doomed to fail, but if it's going to happen anyway, there's no point in delaying it. That's to say, if you're ready to begin, then so am I. That's the spirit? I think? A weekly quest which continues the story is now available from the doomsaying dwarf in Comra. Lend your aid and help the dwarves of Comra to rebuild their home. Do we get the first one now then? Or is that next week? There is one now. Excellent. Ready to go to your doom? Get to work? Are you? Good, good. As per the chief's instructions, your task is to gather items the machines left behind that might prove useful for rebuilding our village. Do you know any suitable places for this? The machines have a base deep in the tunnels. Oh, that sounds perfectly forbidding. While you're out there searching, I'll get my tools ready for dismantling. I'll look forward to seeing the spoils of your foray. Oh boy, back we go. One more time. Forward and back, and then forward and back, and then go forward and back. Everyone moves forward. Alright, remember, don't use the weird machines. Don't send yourself back to the entrance. We're doing this quest, and then we're going to make a thumbnail for next week, and then we'll take a picture for the schedule, and that's that, by the way. Do it, do it! I don't want to run twice. Yeah, that's what's left on the schedule. I believe that we will start next week with Dark Knight leveling. Well, actually, we will start with the Astrologian level 80 quest, I think. And then we'll do Dark Knight leveling. So I'll probably take the thumbnail picture near where you unlock Dark Knight. If anyone wants to... Yeah, we are going to go to Ishgard. So if you want to be on the thumbnail picture, that's where you would want to go. Not immediately, like I'm not even close, but eventually. Wahoo! Yippee! Frey! You thought it was Frey, but it's actually the Mario Brothers! Hmm. Can I have a, like a Pepsi? No? Okay. Wouldn't be funny if you could start the quest so the thumbnail can be a group selfie with Frey's body. We're going to take the thumbnail with wherever the quest starts. Because we always start the quest in the stream, so unfortunately that wouldn't work. Even though it would be funny. Even if it would be funny.
Well, strange might be it. I've never seen anything like this. It's not going to suddenly spring to life and strangle me, is it? No? Well, if you're sure, I'll set about studying it at once. Oh, I should mention that the chief was looking for you. Seems he has news to share. It's something dreadful, I shouldn't doubt.
Kokuchu says, regarding queue times, what would you consider too long to be waiting before maybe trying Party Finder? I don't know. Sometimes Tower Paradigm's Breach just takes forever to pop. My best suggestion, if it just isn't, is consider trying to queue for it like right after the daily reset, so that there might be a chance you can yoink some people that are queuing for Alliance Raid Roulette at some point at least. You could also try with Party Finder. Lolly, you'll never believe this. Oh, Kaitsu, something's arrived at the village for you from Konok. It looks to be some kind of technological what's it. See this gold pattern here? Haven't the faintest how you'd read it though. I have just the thingamabob for the job. Ah, so you just waved this archive at it? Well, there you go. Feel free to check it at your leisure. Here you go. Yep. I can almost reach you. Just no. Stay over there. I can almost reach you. You know, might be as Konok's up and left the village, but the fact that he's still keeping in touch, it gives me hope that he hasn't given up on us yet. So I'll keep doing what I can. I'll keep working to change this village into a place that Konok would want to return to. We've got lots of mountains to climb, and it's going to take a lot of time, but bit by bit, and with your help, I'm sure we'll get there. Also that, as we've learned, just start something important while in the queue, then usually pops out of spite, as Emir says. You obtain a message from Konok. The message can be viewed in your portable archive, which is available under Collection in the Duty section of the main menu. Right, so I guess that's the thing we will read. Dear Kaitsu, I hope this message finds you. I'm going on a journey to learn the secrets of the White Spheres for myself. Maybe some of them will be of use to you. I'll keep a record, just in case. Konok. Wow. Riveting stuff. Right, so we're going to Ishgard for the thumbnail. So if you want to be on the thumbnail, you're very welcome to join. Does anyone know where the quest is? It's not this. It's in Ishgard. Excellent. I'm guessing it's over there, where people are gathering. let's go with this one. Right. So, oh, we have a lot of people. Let me just I think we have space. So just so that everyone's in the party. I can't remember if it makes a big difference. Yeah, if you want to make an emote, do the emote, and then do an expression if you want to do an expression. And if you have already done an emote and you don't want to do one after all, sit down and stand back up. Also, you will have to get closer. I don't think you'll appear on the picture if you're over there. Like if you actually, it might actually work if you came in between me and Ymir. That would work a lot better. Or Rust can also be there. It was specifically because there was a space. That's a lot of people. let's all gather at the NPC that unlocks Dark Knight. Oh, you thought I would actually have him on the picture? No, that's ridiculous. Right. I think that works. I think the light was somewhat unnecessary, but maybe I'll add some for a picture as well, just to be sure. Ymir, the joke, I think what Lemon was laughing about was me saying the joke about, oh yeah, let's all gather at the NPC for the quest. You don't need him for the picture. I just want to be here. And that was the joke. That was the big funny. I think this is actually... Whoops. I think this is actually a really good angle. I don't think I've hidden anyone, so I think that's really good. It took a lot of pictures, but we ended there. We ended at the right spot. Right, so I will go to the inn. Which is here. And then we will be rounding up the stream. Shiro says that that archive has the same theme as my Discord. It's very bright. Are you sure? Are you sure that's a good idea? It's very bright. Well, isn't that adorable? Sanadu says, is it just me or are all the classes you're working on from Ishgard? That's a coincidence. That is a coincidence. Originally, so the story there is when Smol Caetsu's journey started, I made I think it was a public vote, because we didn't even have members yet at that point. I think the first member of the channel actually happened when we were already in Ishgard. But I made a public vote and was like, what job should we start as? And my stipulation was it should not be a job that starts in Ul'dah or Limsa, because at some point I've done both. My first character started as Gladiator, and then my main started as Arcanist. So to try something new, it had to be a Gridania job. So the options I presented was Dragoon, White Mage, or Bard. And a pretty strong argument was that Smol Caetsu's journey started right around when the announcement that Dragoon was going to get reworked was still pretty new. So it was like everyone was thinking of that, I think. So that's the reason why Dragoon won by a landslide. And everyone was like, well, I mean, this might be the last chance for that. And then at some point, a few streams in, I was like, well, what should be the second job that Smol Caetsu has? Because maybe sometimes we'll have to do some side content, like for some reason, like maybe we have to have a little side project. And then I just went, well, I think I added a tank. I think I added warrior, maybe paladin. Actually, I think it was paladin. And summoner, and white mage, and black mage, and then bard, I think. Because then there was one of each role that Smol Caetsu didn't have yet. And then black mage won, presumably because it's funny, because it's a Lalafell. And then ultimately we ended up deciding to use black mage for level 60 side content. And then after that, a vote was made on what job Smol Caetsu should have next, and it was Astrologian. And we decided to use Astrologian for level 70 content and 80 content. And then, somewhat recently, I made a vote. Like when we started on the level 80 content, I made a vote on should we have a tank for the level 90 content? And that won. So I made another poll. What tank should it be? And also, just to be clear, the way that Astrologian came about was, I think it was, should we level a poll on what role should we do level 60 content with, and Healer won, and then Astrologian won. And then Tank won level 90, and Dark Knight won among the tanks. I've not chosen any job for Smol Caetsu. The only thing I've chosen specifically was... the main job has to be from Gridania. And then I had to choose 5 from all of the jobs you have access to before, like at the very start of the game. I had to choose 5 because that's how many I could add in the poll. And that's like that's ultimately the only influence I've had over the vote. Although I suppose sometimes if I've been like I usually add like a detailed description of the things you're voting on. Like you'll have seen them if you're a member of the channel, but there's usually like a detailed description because there's only so much text for each poll choice, so it can be like use a tank for level 90 content, and then the detailed description is, well, Smol Caetsu doesn't actually have a tank, so we would have to vote for a tank after that if this poll choice wins. And like maybe my choice of words might give you the impression that I really want you to choose tank or something like that, and then some people end up going, well, I want to choose the one Kai wants, so I'll choose tank. I have like once or twice had a vote option that was Kai's choice, and usually Kai's choice wins, or is second place, like a close second place. So I just don't add that one anymore because I want your input if I'm asking for your input. Also, thank you for the super chat, Emir. Says I'm gonna do what you call a pro gamer move. Thank you so much for the super chat, Emir. Nono says, will mini Kai finish leveling Astrologian? Eventually, probably, eventually, but not before we start on Dark Knight. So I don't know, but eventually. It would be weird if she just sat on level 82 Astrologian forever, wouldn't it? But it will be a while before we pick it up again, I think. Thank you so much, Ibia. But yeah, that's the story. That's the reason why Smol Caetsu has these jobs unlocked. It is not my decision at all. I've mainly left it up to vote. The only way I've influenced it is that maybe my choice of words might indicate what I want you to choose, and I know some people might vote exactly what they think I want. But I would actually prefer if people choose what they want. It's all the same to me. Smol Caetsu is our little project. If it was my little project, then I might have done something different. I'd probably not have chosen Dragoon as my first job. I think I was actually, when I made the poll originally, I was really expecting people to choose White Mage. Like, I was really expecting it because people would be like, oh no, long queues and stuff. Because back when Smol Caetsu started, most of our dungeons were with randoms. Like, I would queue for stuff and just hope that it would pop. Like, I would go, well, I mean, we'll give it 10 minutes, and if it doesn't pop, we'll do duty support or something like that. I didn't have a full group. I think we didn't actually properly start to consistently have full parties just from the stream itself until, I think, mid-Endwalker levels? Like, something like that? Yeah, we got shared custody, exactly. So, because of that, it was actually a concern for me, like, will the queue actually happen? Like, if I go into a stream thinking, well, I want to get this, this, and this done on this stream, and then everything takes way longer than anticipated, then I can't do it, right? And I can't do it. Which is why, for example, we go overtime to make sure that we finish the Eden Raid in one stream, because otherwise what's the point? Like, if the entire point is to have the entire story of the Eden Raid with Smol Caetsu in one stream, then we have to do it in one take, right? Can't come back later. And the same with the Nier Raid. And sometimes things take longer. I'm pretty sure that, like, so you might see that I have streams of, I believe, the second and third raid tier of the Pandemonium Raid with my main. I'm pretty sure those each took like 3 hours. So I am a little uncertain if we can even do the entirety of the Pandemonium Raid in a single session. Because 9 hours is, that's too much. Like, that's too much. But it might just be that, I have, that I was really slow on the release days there. Or maybe I spent time on other stuff and I just don't remember. Who's the parents of Smol Kai if Imi is the aunt? Great question. The thing is that Smol Kai travels around the world with her family or something. Her family and friends. And you don't know which ones are her parents because most of them are just aunts and uncles, right? Don't worry about it. Sometimes they're also just her bodyguards. For some reason, Smol Kai needs that. Sometimes it's her kindergarten teachers. Again, don't worry about it. The first 2 raid tiers go by fast. Fair enough. The thing is, the reason why these stories take so long, or these raids take so long, is because the cutscenes take a long time. Like, they take a long time if you sit down and just read through them as I do. Like, if I remember correctly, when we went to Puppet's... No, when we were going on for Tower Paradigm's Breach, I think Malice was like 30 minutes ahead of me or something like that. Like, Malice was like, alright, Tower's ready, and then like an additional 30 minutes passed of cutscenes and running. Something like that. So, like, if you sit down and really give the cutscenes time to breathe, then it doesn't go super fast. It's not about how long the queues are, because that's not going to be a problem. I have a feeling that we'll have 8 players, potentially. Potentially. It's not always as easy when it's level 90s we need. But we will probably get most of the group filled, no problem. And then we go from there. So the queues are not my concern. It's mostly how long the cutscenes are. And if the cutscenes are supremely long, then I might have to split it into 2 sessions. Or maybe even 3 if they're too long. Like, if they're way too long, then we might just go, well, we're doing one part, and then, I don't know, we're leveling Astrologian. And then we do another part, and then we level Astrologian, and then we do one part, and then we level something else, or do something else, so that we don't have, like a weird cliffhanger where we don't even finish the part we're doing. Right? Like, that's something I wouldn't want. Did Minikai do coils? We have not done Coils of Bahamut yet. No. We might also try that. The problem with Coils of Bahamut is that they are significantly harder than a casual raid. So, like, we could do them unsynced, but I feel like that would be boring in a way. There's a lot of content that Smol Kai has yet to do, but I feel like all of these common side quests are something that makes sense to do first. Also, the cutscenes are insanely long, that's true. Exactly, unsynced would mean the enemies just go and then they're gone. It would be no problem. But then, like, so that would be super easy if you just want the story. Like, I remember months ago where Kitsuneko was like, oh man, Kai doesn't have coils on SideQuest, so I have to read the dialogue myself. Which I thought was really cute and very funny. And if it was just about that, then, I mean, we could just do that. Like, in fact, if it's about that, we could just, like, speed through it so that we have the dialogue, and then we can, like, circle back to the start and go, alright, now we do it synced with no time concerns, because we're done when we're done. Or we continue next time. Things like that. Like, we could do that. Mini Kyles, indeed. But yeah, when we've done most of the more casual content that we can progress on Smol Kai that isn't so time consuming and grindy that I would prefer to do it on my main, if at all, when we've gone through that, then we could circle back and do stuff like we could do Coil's story. In fact, we could just do things like the stories for things so that we've seen it on Smol Kai, and then if we, like, I could just plan a stream of, like, you know, doing synced coils on my main, if that's what we want to do. That would give me a lot more flexibility in what I could do. So on and so forth. Someone turned off the sun. So, like, that would be, like, that would also be a way we could do it. And would probably be one that I would feel more confident in. like doing hard content on my main, and then Smol Kai is the one that goes on the summer holidays at peak difficulty. With that said, if you enjoyed this stream and you would like to see more of the wonderful people that you've seen in the chat, maybe me, remember that there's a Discord community server that you can join where you will find me and most of the people in the chat. You'll also find the weekly schedule, which gets updated every Sunday or Monday, where you can see what else is coming up in the next week. And you can also check the announcement room, where you will see a link to whenever there is a new video, a new stream. It usually shows up there first. If you go to the role assignments room, you can also grab the reminder role. And if you get that, you get a little notification whenever I post the schedule, announcements, or 15 minutes-ish before a time-sensitive thing like a stream, so you don't miss a second. And if you did enjoy this stream, it would help me a lot if you leave a like on the stream itself here in the YouTube system. That tells YouTube that this was a very enjoyable stream and you'd like other people to enjoy it as well. So thank you so much in advance. And with that, Happy New Year tomorrow to everyone. Presumably most people celebrate that. Lali, Happy New Year, ho! And I hope to see you all in the new year. One final thing I would like to mention, we'll very briefly mention it because I will have better time to talk about it later. I have opened a Ko-Fi page if you would like to support the channel that way instead. I know some people have discovered that they either don't like or can't send any support on YouTube, so I've made a Ko-Fi page. It is entirely just, you know, if you want to support the channel. And you should never feel obligated to donate to me. Like, think about yourself first, always. And it is an alternative way to support the channel. It will come with... I will try my best to give access to like similar polls like you'll see on YouTube, but given that most of the member goodies are like YouTube things, I can't really give you most of the other benefits. But it is an alternative way you can also support the channel. Put that on the channel links on YouTube. I will do that. The thing is, I haven't actually talked about it very much, which, as I said, I'll talk about it more later. But I will do that, Biek. Thank you. I just wanted to mention it because I keep not saying it. Now I've said it. It exists. You can donate there. You can... Technically, I think you can be like a monthly subscriber there as well. Yeah, working on setting that up. So, thank you if you choose to support me there. I think that's everything I have before we say Happy New Year. Well, we have already said Happy New Year, but before we say, you know, see you next year. Ymir says I can do something very funny. You could. you can do a lot of funny things. But I think that's everything I have. I just wanted to mention it. Now it's there. I don't even know if it's a clickable link or anything. But good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world. And I hope to see you all very soon. And with that, we put Smol Kai to bed. I almost forgot. Good night. Good night.